Committee of the 24th Navigation Council is a special meeting today via telecommunications. We're here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I did have Honorable Eugene So here with us. I do believe he'll be back in the chambers. Today's date is Tuesday, August 31st, 2021. The time now is 11:15 a.m. We do have a proposed agenda here before us. Presiding is myself, Seth Amon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We've called a meeting to order 11:15. Mind doing a roll call, Mr. Vella? Then we can go from there.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan is present. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Noon. Honorable Eugenia Charles Noon.
I'm here.
Honorable Eugenia
Present.
Honorable
Hello.
Eugenia Charles Noon answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Good morning. I'm here.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning.
Honorable Mark,
Delegate Freeland's here.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Delegate Higgins is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not enter roll call. Honorable Ricky Naz.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Naz answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not enter roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not enter roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not enter roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not enter roll call. Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winnicott.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winnicott answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not enter roll call. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty.
Sorry, this is Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty.
Honorable Amber Canesbach-Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call.
I'm here.
Otto So.
Daniel So is
Honorable-
here.
Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer
Okay.
roll call. Honorable
Committee
Daniel
members.
So answered roll call.
Take a few minutes to read that.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning, Jimmy Yellowhair is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 13 members that answered roll call. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you very much, Ms. Vella, with that. Colleagues, we do have 13 members. We do have a quorum this morning. Let's go ahead and we did have an invocation by Honorable Edison Winika this morning there at the Health Education Human Services Committee. So thank you, Honorable Winika, for blessing the day and opening the grounds for the discussion on not only the work there at HESI, but also the work that we'll be conducting here at the Naabik'íyáti Committee. So again, we'll go ahead and take that and move forth. That, colleagues, let me move on to item number 2, which is recognizing guests and visiting officials. Again, we do have in the chambers, just for immediate recognition, the newly appointed Bureau of Indian Affairs Regional Director. Let him introduce himself. And then we also have staff members from the BIA who will be here. And I'll actually have them introduce themselves here shortly. With that, any other recognitions at this time, colleagues?
Speaker, this is Thomas Walker. I'm on the call now.
Good morning, Vice Chair Walker.
Oh, good morning, everyone.
Yeah, hey. That, colleagues, any recognitions? If there are none at this time.
Good morning, good morning, Speaker. This is Wayne Claw, CEO for Neverland Nursing Home, on the call.
Thank you, Mr. Claw. Mr. Claw, just as a NABI rules, if there's anything pertaining, just wait until one of the colleagues, members of NABI, is issuing you as an agent or recognizing you at that time. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue moving on down. Item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council special meeting via Telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Tuesday, August 31st, 2021. Proposed agenda, presiding chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. None. 5, receive reports. Report A, introduction and discussion with Greg Mihol, newly appointed Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, Navajo Regional Director, timeframe 11:30 to 1 p.m. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. New business A, legislation 0113-21, B, legislation 0119-21, C, legislation 0123-21, D, legislation 124-21, E, legislation 126-21, F, legislation 164-21, G, legislation 0165-21. H, legislation 0166-21. 8, close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, is there a motion?
Speaker, I motion Thomas Walker.
Motion, Vice Chair Walker. For a second.
Okay, Eugene, so.
Oh, Honorable Eugene, so, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I would like to ask that we remove two legislations from the agenda. Legislation 0119-21, and I did get a text message regarding 0123-21. So we could move those two items off the agenda for today, Speaker.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
Zero-
That's item
Okay,
C.
okay. All right. Amendment 1. We're removing 119 and 123. All right, with that, 119-21 is an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting United States Senator Ben Ray Lujan's priorities and initiatives that impact the Navajo Nation. Legislation 012321 is an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Mr. Ansel Morgan to the Commission on Navajo Government Development for a term of 4 years as the Eastern Navajo Agency Council representative. That, colleagues, is there a second on Amendment 1?
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. As a second. Colleagues, any comments, questions? Twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Chi Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Callan, vote screen, thank you.
Honorable Chi Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles
Honorable
Newton
Eugenia
votes
Charles Newton.
green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanisakrati. Honorable Amber Kanisakrati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky
Delegate
Nez.
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater does not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
What is Doris? Yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Albert Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 11 in favor, 0 opposed.
Speaker, this is Delegate Paul Begay. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 12 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker,
Okay, thank
not
you.
voting.
12 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Oh, no, that's 13. That's quorum. Okay. Okay, with that, colleagues, back to the main motion on our agenda. Any other comments, questions? If there's not, Mr. Rico, second reading.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 1 is to delete legislation 0119-21, which was item B, and also delete 0123-21, which was item C. Mr. Speaker.
Let's go to board.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Okay, Cal, vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles
Honorable
Newton
Eugenia
votes
Charles
green.
Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas
I
Walker
vote
Jr.
green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Eben
Vote
Yazzie.
green.
Honorable Eben Yazzie. Honorable Eben Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 12 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you. That, colleagues, 12 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. We do have an agenda here before us. That, let's go ahead and continue on down to review and adopt the journals. At this time, there are none. Let's move on down to item number 5. Receiving reports, which is the introduction and discussion with our newly appointed Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA Regional Director. Colleagues, keep in mind that we do have the BIA Regional Director and their team members here until 1 p.m. So if you could respectfully make sure that if there's multiple questions, that you go ahead and make sure that there's some of your colleagues might still want to ask questions as well. As you know, this is not the Naabik'íyáti committee. There's no time frame on the discussion items, but we'll go ahead and move forward, just adhering to courtesy of your colleagues on the Naabik'íyáti committee. With that, let me turn the floor over to Mr. Stevens, Mr. Bart Stevens, who was our regional director and who has moved on to bigger and better things, maybe more headache things, but we'll see. Mr. Stevens, floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Speaker Damon, honorable delegates on the call. audience members here in the chambers, and others listening to this important meeting. It's an honor and a privilege again to be back in chambers, recalling that it was a short 3 years and 10 days that I was brought into this chambers and introduced to the then Speaker and then President of the Navajo Nation as the new regional director. So indeed, it's an honor and a privilege again to be back to bring with me Mr. Greg Mahoja. Greg Mahoja is, as of Sunday, is the permanent regional director for the Navajo region for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. As many of you know, we've had a couple of acting regional directors, namely Mr. Lester Sosi, who did a magnificent job at keeping the mission moving forward and our commitment to the work that we're doing. And we had Mr. Francis Holliday, who did a short tenure, and then Mr. Sosi again to complete that time. Mr. Mahoja applied and competed for the position and was selected not only by my office as well as the director's office and central office, but also approved by the Executive Resource Board, which has ultimate authority in selecting and approving senior executive service personnel, of which this position is. I want to also reaffirm my commitment to not just the Navajo region, but to all other 11 regions that I supervise in not only respecting and honoring tribes' priorities, but doing the best work that we as trustees can do on behalf of Indian tribes as the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So with that, I am prepared to turn the page, if you will, and welcoming Mr. Mahoja to his new role as a senior executive, and we'll turn the time over to him to not only share information about himself, but to hear from all of you as well. I just want to end by saying I appreciate the opportunity to come to Navajo and serve Navajo for the 3 years and 10 days. Thanks again.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, Council delegates, both present and remotely attending the meeting. It's my honor to be here today. I've been in the Council chambers one other time, and I have to admit I forgot how beautiful it is here. I am very much looking forward to my tenure as the regional director for the Navajo region, serving the tribe, working with the honorable Council delegates, President, Mr. Speaker, and learning from the committees individually. I look forward to learning about the issues and the priorities, the challenges, and the successes that we can bring together. As a way of introduction, I am a member of the Kaw Nation of Oklahoma. I lived in South Dakota near the Rosebud Reservation as a kid. My father was the director of the Bureau of Indian Education for a number of years. My grandfather was a superintendent of the Fort Hall Agency, Bureau of Indian Affairs. So we have a long tenure of serving Indian communities, and it's something that we hold dear and that we are very proud of. I began my career as an attorney for the Department of the Interior Regional Solicitor's Office in Albuquerque. I practiced federal Indian law, natural resources law, and federally reserved Indian water law. I did that for 15 years before coming to the Bureau of Indian Affairs at the Southwest region in Albuquerque as the deputy for Trust and Indian Services. I have experience in both sides of the operations of the regional office, so I'm familiar with a number of the cross-cutting issues, both on the trust side and the Indian Services side. I was also acting regional director at Southwest Region, and then acting deputy regional director in Eastern Region. I then was selected into the Senior Executive Service Candidate Development Program, which certified me as a senior executive candidate. During that time, I was a special assistant to the Director of International Affairs for the Department of the Interior, working on challenges associated with repatriation of cultural patrimony that was stored in foreign museums overseas. Subsequent to that, I went to the Bureau of Indian Education for a temporary assignment to help with the rollout of their distance learning initiative, something that I'm sure is a familiar challenge for all of you. When pandemic hit, teaching our Indian children became a significant challenge. Providing food security was a significant challenge. So I did that for 8 months before coming back briefly and then proudly accepting the position as regional director for the Navajo region. As I said, I'm committed to serving the Indian communities of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. And again, I'm very much looking forward to working with each of the Honorable Council delegates and the committees going forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. With that, Mahoja, thank you very much for being here with us here in the chambers. And that concludes your presentation. I can turn it over to my colleagues on the floor. At this time, I don't have anybody in the queue, though. Colleagues, any comments or questions at this time? Honorable Keelan McGee. Jay, floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair.
Oh.
Para kurot natin team-based pas ani kliniki. I guess my request to the new incoming BIA director, and I don't know, and I to be blunt with this comment from me as a representative of agency from the central agency to the Resource Development Committee and representing 5 chapters from the Chile agency is more of like education, educating, and educating. I don't know how much more education, meaning being familiar with the area. The Navajo Nation is critical, and I don't blame you for anything else, but I mean, you just heard Mr. Stephen indicating that you're 5th since I took office again for this term. So how much information do you know about the central part of the Navajo Nation and the 5 chapters that I represent of all the projects and requests and resources that I've been asking to the BIA as of today? There's a whole lot of issues that we've been dealing with, especially some of these funding that's being, I guess, anticipating a lot of these bills to go through the progress at Congress level. And then I also sit on the Division of Tribal Interior Budget Council on the Transportation Subcommittee, and have been participating in the Tribal Interior Budget Council. So these are some areas I believe that there's a broader, bigger issue that we need to continue to be dealing with. And I'm not sure how you will be prepared to provide I guess, an agent, so to speak, on behalf of the Navajo Nation to the region, to the Department of the Interior, so to the BIA, dealing with we're anticipating a bigger storm again tomorrow, which is we're thankful for, but the aftermath is always a slow to fix everything. And I'm not sure if BIA is prepared already to quickly go back in to fix code after we leave these.
Honorable Keon Begay, I lost you. We lost you. Is he still online? Honorable Keon Begay. Any other comments, colleagues, before I turn the floor back over? Colleagues, any other comments or questions?
The chair, Speaker.
Honorable Eugene So and then Honorable Freeland in the queue then. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Does he speak Navajo? Can I ask that question first before I forward my questioning?
Honorable Delegate, so I do not speak Navajo.
There you go. Now we can communicate with my boarding school language. I reckon we need a new person in there because we need to keep things going. A lot of things are kind of all got locked up, which should have been done 2 days ago or last week. Mostly, you were saying that to bring us together, and that means with the BIA as well. You know, it only works with a lot of cooperation and communication, collaboration, all the C's. I guess we all know that it needs to be done, you know, on this Navajo Nation. Sometimes somewhere there's a hole in it and then we can't get the hole plugged up. And it kind of get us a wee back behind time. As you know, we're all behind time. Like this a while ago, regards to the education, we got really behind because of the work ban. Where other cities they have almost everything, or you know, to use to be ahead. But on the Navajo Nation, our education kind of fell back because of the broadbands, and also we don't have no water, roads, etc. across the Navajo Nation. We're like in the third world. So I think we need to really start working on that, put our heads together. And that thing is, as you're aware, since you took a lot of laws already, and the laws, you know, is getting the issue across the Navajo Nation, the people's dreams materialize. You know, especially that there's a lot of 638 contracts. We need to make that working where we can put the funds on the ground and materialize. Sometimes there are language in there that kind of conflict with us. So it has to be re-amended or revisited where it can help all the Indian nation across the United States as is. It's kind of real hard sometimes. But so that will be another thing that will be really a priority to you, because we got a lot of projects across the Navajo Nation regards to that contract. So as you said, we're ready to be committed. If you're trying to be committed, sometimes, you know, you have to be aware of some of us Navajos. we like to pull each other down. We don't try to climb that ladder all trying to help each other. But when somebody try to reach the top, somebody pull you down again. So those are some of the issues that you have to be aware of across the Navajo Nation, our attitudes. So also, I got a piece of land there in the center of Chinle where they call Chinle, where the water comes out. Right on top of the Holiday Inn, right there is a virgin land that belongs to the BIA. And I want that back as yesterday or 2 weeks ago or last year. And it's really needed because we're doing it to drive with economic development. That's where all the business should be. And to connect that N27 from Canada all the way into Canadian into Chinle would be better so we can have the tourists right there in the heart of the business area. So we need that land. So I'm pretty sure we'll be discussing that maybe yesterday too. So I think you'll be make aware of because there are all documents regards to that where we're pushing that one. And it might be legislation too also later on. So just be aware of it. So we need that land back, before next year. So that's how I feel about the land there. There's a lot of good area where we can put the business area right there. It's on top, on a hill, so we don't have to request of these business people to go down 3 feet, come back up 3 feet on top of that, and then try to stay away from the flood area. Chinle is a flood area. We got all our business in the floodland. We have to use land back here and there. So there is another issue, and also we need an irrigation system there in Chinle. So we can go on a long ways just having a powwow with you. So we need this done. I would like to sit down with you maybe when we can have time next week. Sometimes my LDA will write to you. There's that. Thanks a lot for your a new member. Thank you. Help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go back, Mr. Mahoja, let me go back to Honorable Keon Begay. I think he's back on the line. Che, are you on the line?
Speaker, Chairman, Keon here.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, so you'd like to finish your comment or questions, and then I'll go directly back to Regional Director for a response.
I appreciate that, Chairman Otto. I'm not sure where I was cut off, but I'm not sure if it was for good purpose because I was going into my frustration statement. But that's the key theme for me: frustration. Keeping. I'm sure. I mean, this is nothing personal, but it's more of 24 delegates lining back up, addressing issues across the Navajo Nation at all 110 chapters. We're talking about transportation. We're talking about natural resource. We're talking about BIE. We're talking about schools. We're talking about everything across the board that the BIA is entrusted to help East Indian tribes. For us, it's Navajo Nation. So I need to. I know that you're here just for a formal introduction, but I'd like to hear directly from you exactly what your vision and how you're going to be helping the Navajo Nation, and what has been given to you by their previous administrators that were there temporarily, what they have accomplished, what they have started, and what your vision in continuing a lot of these areas that we continue to me, it's bugging the program, the BIA. Natural resource and road is the main area that I will be, again, I guess this is a heads up and saying that I'll be bugging and knocking at your door with tons and tons of email of requests, and maybe I'll just continue to forward a lot of these requests that I've sent to the previous administrators, requests on some of the areas that will be that I'll be continue to be reaching out to BIA, especially the 5 chapters that I represent. But I try and be cautious of saying that because I always get some feedback from other chapters to say that you represent the Chinle agency to the Resource and Development Committee. So I got 16 other chapters from the Chinle agency that will be I'll be working with. And then, of course, at the Resource and Development Committee, we cover the whole 110 chapters. So that's the main thing that I'm requesting. When can your office can meet directly with the current Navajo Nation Council and provide us a full report or how you'll continue to move forward and addressing a lot of issue, what you provide to us and then what we'll provide to you, exchanging information and how we can continue to look to the agency BIA offices and then to the regional office. So that's my request to you verbally if you want me to put this in writing, but I believe it will be more effective if it's a written request by the council through the speaker's office. So that will be my request to you. Speaker Adjournment Ani Kliniki Kodohit Ale Kati Osna Yor Dahnlachepia has Anja ko de yego and has eki hawata yego nahabet the nishta ko chapters has ada di hot and hit the nego kon lachet Osna Yor Dako Ado again. Do hit ada the nen nakat nahani hakibich in such case done de do yegon hakon is and do at hot haki jo kwaki ge jo in hikodo yego shitil asa halit ala anhin hit the neki yego ta ilt ta ni da halit ala ado san so za do ado lachit ajla bikehotin ni da la jo hot in sa kesiki that atida a koko na loshi da do a hit ashin koto ben da anisto yan sa kesiki hit ne the nan liniki in sa kesiki in sa kesidi na ho asto leliki chela na da huin singo ko koto ti ot nena ni tinobanna ti kakogudit ya shitil out speaker dosh and ani kliniki, but nonetheless he's appointed. I mean, we just got to start working with him and then hoping that he'll have an open door policy that we'll be able to address and continue to address a lot of these issues on the Navajo Nation. So what I could hasito le speaker.
Thank you. With that, thank you, Honorable Councilman Begay and Honorable Eugene. So let me go back to to our Regional Director, Arja. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to the council delegates' frustration regarding some of the issues that are still outstanding. Let me first promise you that my door will always be open to you, honorable council delegates, to tribal leadership, anytime you want to meet, anytime you want to talk about issues. I want to hear them. I need to know your challenges and your priorities. I can also tell you that my team has already begun briefing me on a number of the issues that have been brought to the regional office for resolution. And in the coming days, those briefings are going to continue, whereupon I'll be able to begin directing my staff and our resources to address those issues in a timely manner. I plan to also direct my staff to be responsive and to be timely. It's imperative for me as the leader of the region to make sure that we are communicating transparently, continuously, and substantively regarding these requests. And so that I understand that there are natural resources priorities. Those are important for me to know. I'm familiar with irrigation systems, both operations and maintenance, and also I'm well versed in all aspects of the Bureau's operations, from transportation to education, real estate, trespass, economic and resource development. I'd also like to go to Honorable Delegate Jean So's statement regarding water and infrastructure. That was a cornerstone of my work as a lawyer and as the Deputy for Trust Services. So I hear that, and we're going to be addressing those concerns. I'm also familiar with projects contracted to tribes via 638. And we are going to make sure that we are moving those along down the line, that we get the funding to those programs, and we provide the technical assistance necessary for those programs to succeed. I do know a little bit about the land in Chinle. That is something that has been brought to me as a priority project from my staff. We're going to be taking a close look at that in the next coming weeks. So you're going to be getting a response from us on that. And of course, Honorable Delegate Jean So, if you want to meet next week, have your legislative assistant contact our office, and we will schedule a meeting at your convenience. Thank you. And I'd like to briefly pass it to Mr. Bart Stevens.
Good afternoon again. I wanted to take this opportunity to respond to Delegate Keelan-Begay regarding the process of selection, regarding the issues that may be brought forward with the decision-making made by Indian Affairs. I just want to give a brief explanation of the process of any position within the United States government, specifically Indian Affairs. There is a law that we follow regarding Indian preference. Many tribes have tribal preference, that they follow their own regulations. But in the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian Affairs and Department of Interior and specific offices, we follow Indian preference. These positions are made available for all qualified applicants, Indian and non-Indian, apply for these positions. The process involves identifying those Indian preference candidates to rise to the top. The statute reads in part, and I say that because I'm not going to quote it exactly, but it reads that only federal employees can take any adverse action, hire, fire, discipline, counsel another federal employee. That includes the selection process. Oftentimes for GS level positions, tribes are consulted to get their feedback to be considered, not the decision makers. For senior executive positions, of which the regional director is, it follows a different process with the Executive Resources Board, which is made up of senior executives across the Department of Interior that develop a panel that make these decisions on senior executive appointments. Therefore, Mr. Mahoja, who applied and competed for the position along with other candidates, was selected by this process with final approval of the Executive Resources Board. I also want to address what was mentioned regarding the consistency of leadership within the regional office. During the last 3 years and 10 days, the regional office has made great strides. And I'm not tooting my horn, I'm tooting the team's horn in coming together and setting clear expectations and getting a lot of work completed. We were able to do some great things with this team, of which I give all the credit to. So in terms of being stagnant or stalled in any way is not accurate. We continue to strive to do the best job that we can, especially under this new administration, President Biden, Assistant Secretary Indian Affairs Brian Newland, who has set clear priorities for us to work alongside tribes to get all the work done that we are entrusted with. That mission will be no different from the Navajo region to the other 11 regions that I supervise. You know, as Indian people, we come together in many different ways. There were times when we would communicate by sign language. There were times we'd communicate in our native languages. There were times when we had to communicate in English. What the BIA stands beside is that we are all Indian people. We are here to provide a trust responsibility and a service. And I will not let language be the barrier to our accomplishments or hinder communication. Mr. Mahoja, although not a Navajo speaker, nor was I, although familiar with the language and familiar with my languages, which Apache was similar to Navajo, we were still able to accomplish some great things. So I just wanted to explain how the process of the selection was completed within the policies and regulations that guide that decision-making, and to reaffirm again that the exceptional team that is in place in Navajo region, which are nearly 96% Navajo tribal members, support the region's work and decision-making through the regional director. The internal teams that we've established, the interpreters that translate information to me in the past will also do the same, so that we do not miss a beat or misunderstand any communication with our communities that we serve based on any language barrier. And I just wanted to clarify the process and reaffirm our commitment to communication, whether that be in Navajo translated to us non-speakers, or in English, or whatever means necessary. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, let me go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Freeland and Vice Chair Smith in the queue. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Other colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee and staff, good afternoon. Wanted to thank, first of all, thank Mr. Stevens and wish him all the best and his new endeavors. And thank you for your service to the Navajo region. It was a privilege working with you and helping us out in the Eastern Navajo Agency. Mr. Lester Sosi as well, thank you for your tenure as Acting Regional Director. Thank you for helping us out in many ways that you could and did during your tenure as Acting Regional Director, as well as the Eastern Agency Superintendent, and Mr. Holliday as well. Thank you very much, gentlemen. All the staff at the Bureau. Welcome, Mr. Mahoja. My name is Delegate Mark Freeland. I represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Navajo Agency. I represent Crown Point, Nahatishkish, Tehe'ai, Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nayezi. I also have 23 other chapters like my brother mentioned, he represents the central agency on the RDC. I have to represent the eastern agency on the RDC. So I have 31 chapters in total. But wanted just to, first of all, thank you for stepping up and taking on this important role. My older brother already beat me to the punch. I wanted to ask if we could meet with you, possibly myself and my colleagues from Eastern Navajo Agency, my 4 other colleagues, meet as a group, if we could, and sit down with you and talk about all the issues that impact Eastern Navajo Agency. I think the largest for us is dealing with land, and the 23 different land statuses that we have to deal with is so complex, and it's challenging to obtain rights of ways. It's very challenging to get projects or get any sort of infrastructure done out in Eastern Navajo. The other area, of course, involves transportation. We also have a lot of needs to address with natural resources. Energy development is another one. We have allottees and allotments that are under the supervision or the watch of the Bureau. We also have, various natural resources that we need to discuss. Education is another area, but that's really involved in the BIE. But the list goes on and on and on for us in Eastern Navajo. Wanted to see if we could schedule a time with you. I don't know if your staff could send us your contact information. Mr. Sosi or Mr. Stevens as well. Mr. Stevens was gracious enough to share his cell phone number with us, and we would contact.
Honorable Freeland. I think Honorable Freeland's on the line. Let me go ahead and move on down. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti committee members, and those that are here with us this afternoon, listening in. Thank you for the time to greet and meet the newly appointed BIA Navajo Regional Director, Greg Hoha. I might be butchering that name, but anyway, sir, it's good to meet you, and I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Council Delegate Raymond Smith, Vice Chairman of the Budget and Finance. I've been here for 2 terms, and I serve Lupton, Hauk, Wide Ruins, Klagatow, and Newlands, known as Naabik'íyáti. I'd like to bring to your attention, I had a meeting with the chapter yesterday regarding the recent rains and the road conditions that we have. The roads were improved upon, and the roads that were not improved but maintained, they were washed out immediately after the rains that came by. So it's just duplication of work. It's a 20-mile stretch. It's known as 9402. And we have folks that live on the southern portion of the Rio Perco, all the way from Lupton through Hauk to Sanders, which is a 20-mile stretch. And it's all dirt road. Back in the day, I understand that it was once Route 66. Route 66 ran through that southern part, and it's been there for many years. It's a bus route, and folks use it, and it's right now in need of bad, where the rains and the inclement weather just tears that road apart, and creates folks to get stuck and they can't transport one for fire emergencies or EMS or law enforcement services or social services and things of that nature. Grandma and grandpa getting to their appointments. The reason why I bring this up to you is because we were talking about it, and Route 66 went through there by the United States, and they didn't collect any consent from any of those allottees. So it's pre-existing, and now we're trying to improve that road, pave it. But now BIA is telling us that we have to go back and do the consent of each allottee and get 50%. And that's a monumental task for the chapter to try to endeavor on that. So my question is, why is the chapter doing what BIA and the trust responsibility of them collecting names and getting the consent and going forth with the right-of-way? There was an agent that did a right-of-way, well, not right-of-way, but the Calvin Murphy, who worked with the BIA, did the midline for the road. And now we're at that point where we don't have consents, but yet I think that BIA should hire a right-of-way agent and go in there and collect all these names for the allottees so that we can get this road improved. Otherwise, we got trust land, we got allotted lands, and we got trust land and allotted land. So there's like a checkerboard down there. And if we do improvements and we don't get the consents, we're going to have roads that are going to look like a checkerboard, where there'll be improved road and unimproved, and crossing the allotted lands and then going back into the trust land, it'll be improved and so forth. I hope you get the picture on that. These are the things that we're facing in that area regarding the allotted lands. So I'd like to make that example, and I'm hoping that something can be done, maybe change legislation at the U.S. level. We had a meeting with Senator Romney, early this month, and we spoke about the 9402 and the problems that we're encountering, because that road's been there for many, many years, probably since 1920s. And now we just want to improve upon it. It's already existing. It's not like we're making a whole brand new road, running it through a lot of lands and through trust land, and we need to get all these clearances completed. So we need that assistance and get that completed, because I understand that the Washington, D.C. is talking about a big stimulus for roads, bridges, and infrastructures that are going to be allocated to the transportation, so that we can get ready and dip into that and make that a paved road or all-weather road, and put culverts where they need, and do the studies and make that road where it's passable when it's snowing, raining, monsoon, you name it. And that would be cost-effective too. So these are the things that Houck and Lupton and Sanders are really looking forward to on behalf of getting this right away. I'm sure this is not the only chapters, but I'm sure that through Cross the Navajo Nation are facing the same thing with right-of-ways, such as power lines, water lines. We go across a lot of lands and it seems to come to a stall. The other thing that I want to bring to your attention too is a lot of grazing permit holders are wanting to get their grazing permits issued to them. The folks are saying that it's just held up at Bureau of Indian Affairs. I don't know how true that is, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that is a livelihood of our Navajo people that have livestock out there, and they are ranchers, and they want to continue that livelihood with livestock, and our families pass on, and they either pass it down to the next family member, and then the family member saying, well, I still don't have the permit. I need to get my permit. I need to get that switched over. So there's a issue about that. I don't know if that can be rectified and provided for the ranchers that need a grazing permit out there so they don't be in trespass. The other one is feral animals out there. It's a big concern, and that's we work with BIA to do horse roundup and bring the numbers down, and that's a big monumental task too to do. We have a lot of feral animals out there. So those are the three things that I wanted to address, and I'm sure there's others, but as you're going to be at the Gallup office, I can stop by and pay you a visit and bring these things to your attention that we can work on. The other thing too I want to say is I'm thankful for Bureau of Indian Affairs helping the Lupton chapter and getting the 9402 bridge with Navajo Department of Transportation. We're going to be doing a celebration tomorrow, ribbon cutting and dedication of the bridge, which is across the Rio Perco, and it's a $5 million bridge, and it's been in the works for over 30 years, and finally we have that bridge, and it's completed. People are going to be going across back and forth from the south to the north and north to the south. We have a lot of folks, and that is also part of the 9402. That's why we're talking about the improvement of 9402 down all the way from Lupton through Houck and to Sanders. So that's what I just want to say. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Naabik'íyáti committee members.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. Colleagues, I do have 6 more individuals in the queue, and if you could please just keep your questions brief. I know that we want everyone to speak and ask their questions today, so let me go on to Honorable Stewart, and then I'll come back to you, to the Regional Director. Honorable Stewart.
Okay, good afternoon to the speaker. Aron Dakoro, colleagues and Glenigi for 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and then Mr. Greg Mahojo, thank you for introducing yourself this afternoon. Don't know if I also butchered your last name, but good afternoon. I'm sure over time we will learn. But I am Wilson C. Stewart Jr. I represent 4 chapters in Fort Defiance, which is the Fort Defiance, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake. And I also sit on the Resource Development Committee within the Navajo Nation Council. And, there's some areas that we are dealing with on this side are, the bridges. We have requests in for new bridges to be replaced. And we also have the grazing permits as well. And we also have some other issues with that need to be addressed as well, but those are all repetitive of what has been previously stated. And I would like the assistance to your staff that will be assisting us from your office to work with the District 18, which covers from my northern chapters on this side, all the way down towards Honorable Smith's chapters as well along the 40. We do have some major concerns within the District 18. So, if we can meet with you regarding those, that would be appreciated as well. But thank you for tackling this job, and look forward to working with you on our projects and getting them completed or in motion, and continue to collaborate with you on other projects, and also things that need to be done for the nation as well, not only for the districts that we represent, but also for the nation as well. So thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Let me go back to Mr. Mojo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Delegate Smith, thank you for those comments. I was just on the way here today looking at some roads with Mr. Stevens as we were traveling, and it's clear that the rains have done damage to a number of roads. I know that's a challenge here and throughout Indian country. It's something that I'll be talking to my transportation staff and my team about, and we will be able to give you some feedback. I do know that the grazing permits issue is an ongoing challenge. If the regional office is the holdup, I promise you that we are going to address that and bring a resolution to that. We shouldn't have significant delays in processing those kinds of paperwork. And I also look forward to tomorrow and to celebrating your successes on the 9402 bridge out at Lupton. That's going to be something really to celebrate. I think it shows that the region and the nation can work together to resolve these challenging issues. Honorable Stewart, thank you. You did not butcher my name. I appreciate that. I am looking forward to talking to you also about the grazing permits issues, as well as the infrastructure issues regarding roads, bridges. And if you ever want to have a meeting with me, please reach out. I will always be available to you, and I look forward to working with you on resolving a number of these challenges.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, I'm going back to the board. I do have Honorable Nathaniel Brown and then Honorable Chairman Daniel. So Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
Yate, Yate, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and the Nebenat Ketni Glini, Yate, Kudo, Ken Anibi, thank you to all our staff as well for all your help and hard work. And welcome to the Navajo Nation, Mr. Greg Mehu. I can't even say your name, Mehoje, but we'll get it right. I'm interested, maybe you can email this out after you, and that within the next week, if you can send the 24th Navajo Nation Council your first 50, 100 days in your first year, your priorities. And if you can share with us in each specific area. You did mention a little bit about your work in water. I know that the two other states, in New Mexico and Utah, we have great news that they do have the Navajo Nation water settlement in those states. However, in Arizona, there is a litigation going on. And I know that in all the areas, roads, water, schools, 638, if you can section them off and share with us your plans, your strategic plans. And the wonderful thing is a lot of this work has already been done. So I don't think you would have to create anything brand new. The listing, you should have all the Navajo Nation road needs. This morning I was on a call with Western Agency and Navajo Department of Transportation. So I'm interested in your meeting with the President Biden's appointees and currently with the Secretary for the Transportation, Mr. Pete Buttigieg, and then one of our very own also from Navajo Nation, Assistant Secretary of the Transportation, Mr. Orlando Teller. So he is we've met with him. We'll continue to meet with him, and I'm really interested in the future or immediate road stimulus package that we should tackle. Again, the good news is a lot of this work already has been done, and whenever you are going in front of the Senate committee to do a report, I think that'll be something that should be in the works really soon. Your report to the Senate committee and the Federal Highways Department as well. And we are here to assist you to continue to advocate for funding and and the next big thing is with the 3 states, if you can invite them. And I know that they're not aware of our conditions here on the Navajo Nation. They hear about us, but we would like for them to have a meeting in some of these buildings, BIA buildings that are severely dilapidated, as well as drive on some of where our people and our bus routes are, to drive those routes as well. I know that you will do that and in the near future, as well as invite those individuals from as far as the state legislatures and the federal agencies, so they can really see and experience the road conditions, and also the water, the flooding. If you could invite them, I'm interested for you to put that into your next 100 days, your strategic plan. So again, a lot of the work already has been done. So I'm really interested in your leadership skills, your managerial skills. And the last thing is, as elected leaders, we don't like to focus on personnel issues. We know that is your duty. And I'm interested to see the type of training and skills that you can bring to the office overlooking BIA Navajo. And we are also here, and how can we assist? So again, my name is Nathaniel Brown. I represent the whole Navajo Nation, but my people who elected me are from the Chilchimbito chapter, Danahoto chapter, and Kayenta chapter in the Kayenta Township are the areas that elected me. But I proudly represent the Western Agency. So one final note would be, if you could forward and get the information on the ADT numbers within Western agencies, and that will paint a picture to you on the sheer amount of traffic. This past year has slowed down, but be also mindful of the amount of traffic that we see here, and it's mainly tourism. So we just need to continue to work with that and capitalize on that. So again, welcome to Navajo, to BIA, and we're here to assist any way we can, and especially advocating for those funds at the federal level. And then also, what other creative ways are you looking to secure funds? Are there any other grant fundings for roads? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Brown, with that, let me go to Chairman Daniel. So, my colleagues, we have about 20 more minutes with the director.
Thank you. Cecilia, Speaker, Chairman of Naabik'íyáti Committee, Ado and I, colleagues of the Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, Ado Shigedo Sidney Asukez and class and Klokagi, the Inofskagi, Kodo Eya, Klatohasti Tole. Mr. Regional Director, I came to the meeting late, so I didn't get the proper pronunciation of your name, and I will not disrespect you by mispronouncing it. But in the aspect of the federal and Navajo Nation relationship, I want to emphasize trust responsibility on the land, the air, the water, and the sovereignty of the Navajo Nation. Certainly, we are a region office that it is and of itself Navajo. In that aspect, we are multi-jurisdictional, and the area that I represent is basically classified Indian country. Outside the exterior boundaries of the Navajo trust lands, And so the Eastern Navajo Agency faces many jurisdictional issues to the point that some of us in Eastern Navajo regard this as no man's land. At some point in time, we have to establish that it is Navajo land. Certainly the lands that you will oversee in part Navajo individual Indian allotment, tribal fee lands, tribal trust lands, and depending on who is counting, 20 or 16 different land statuses. The tenureship extends far and beyond the area that we propose to govern. But most of all, we are and had been designated as lands were sacrificed for the energy sufficiency of the Navajo, of the United States government. And our lands were sacrificed so that the United States could maintain itself to be a world power. Uranium, coal, oil and gas development. And right now, we're feeling the after effects of that dominance. We are the sacrificial people. We sacrifice many, many, many items. And when we look, where is the repatriation? Where is that aspect to make the balance to get proper health care, proper education, proper environmental protection, proper regard for safe drinking water, proper regard for clean air for us to breathe. Those are the aspects that we place before you. We realize that you have policies and regulations to uphold on you're taking the oath to serve in the U.S. government service. But we also took an oath to uphold the laws of the Navajo Nation and to abide by the Treaty of 1868. So at that point, we are expressing our sovereignty. And through that comes the new aspect of tribal consultation. Tribal consultation for the Navajo Nation does not constitute you or the Bureau talking with the president of the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation is uniquely a three-branch government, and in that aspect, the Navajo Nation Council, through its laws, is the governing body of the Navajo Nation. So tribal consultation comes through the council, and as such, the Naabik'íyáti committee within Navajo Nation Code, the Naabik'íyáti committee is empowered, has the authority to establish the Navajo Nation position on all aspects that come to the nation. So in that regard, I, for myself, view that tribal consultation comes to this body. And in that respect, then we ask that you understand that tribal consultation on your end is established, but what we want, self-determination, that's the contractual relationship, consultation, but we want to also take it to a new step of collegiality. We are colleagues in the governance of this area that you yourself have come to. So that aspect of being treated as a human being that has a mind and a beating heart and a spirit that really wants to talk on behalf of the people of the Navajo Nation. That is the banner that I want to lay in front of you as we move forward. Regional Director Bart Stephen has established transparency, has established accountability in a manner that no other regional director had ever put before the Navajo Nation. And I appreciate what Mr. Stephen has done. He and I know we didn't see eye to eye on every aspect, but on those measures where it means that we get water, electricity power lines and roads, fiber optics to the areas that are less served, then he has made some good steps. And the expectation going forward is you shall keep up the work that has been established. And we expect, the other expectation is that our relationship with the United States government continues to grow, given the growing stature of our government. And so in that aspect, we have a special relationship, we think, with Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland and the folks that she's surrounded herself with. And we appreciate what she has done, and we thoroughly support all the aspects. I want to emphasize that we want to reestablish the total acres of the Bears Ears. We want to also protect the allotment landowners that wish, that are outside the Chaco protection area. Those allotment owners that oppose oil and gas development, mainly in the areas that I represent, the 3 chapters, Torreon, Star Lake, Ojo Encino, and Counselor. Recent word from the Bureau of Land Management is they want to continue that. But we are already suffering the ill effects. The folks in council that live among 150 wells already. And the Biden administration has made inroads to cut down on the purposeful leaking, venting, and flaring of the methane gases. The state of New Mexico has also made established that same aspect. The folks in the area want to protect the pristine aquifer that exists within that area. And certainly the hydraulic fracturing technique endangers that. And we've learned from the Air Force bases in Kirtland and in Clovis that when the aquifer is destroyed, the results aren't known till many, many years later. And certainly that's what we're putting up our guard against right now. That water that's in the aquifer is not for us, it's for the future generations. Right now, a major oil wells in the balance of the Navajo Nation, there is the aspect of contamination, uranium being the biggest factor. And in some aspects, it may even go into other heavy metals, radium. When uranium is disturbed, one of the aspects is radium. Radium is more dangerous than uranium. It is far more lasting. And that's what, and right now the Health, Education, Human Services Committee has received reports that newly born children already have uranium in their bodies, as verified by the birth cohort study that was done in the Red Pond area. And as such, right now, the other areas that have high concentrations of uranium mines, there is also the testing of uranium in the water. And so those aspects is not going away. And that's the ill effects of being established long time ago, the energy sacrifice zone. And right now, our citizens continue to sacrifice good health. And that's the part that is really heart-wrenching. It's a continual thought that we are marginalized. Navajo society is marginalized so that the United States government can benefit. And that part, how do we get the balance that is so necessary for us to be a contributing member of society? Education education. Education is what our people continue to stress to each other. And so in that aspect, we hope to also educate you on the various needs and by the statements and questions that you receive, each of us has a concern and basically establishes a priority that is separate and apart from the total of the needs of the nation, but it gives a area where the areas where we represent, it adds to that priority. And we thank you for coming, and we look forward to working with you in a very in a manner that will benefit and move forward the Navajo Nation. Thank you for making eye contact and nodding when you do agree. And we certainly look forward to working with you. And I do welcome you to the Navajo Nation. And at some point in time, I want you to come and visit any one of the 8 chapters that I represent. Thank you. Speaker, Chair, I return the teleconference floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I did have a few more of our colleagues in the queue, so unfortunately we're out of time. Let me just turn the floor back over to Mr. I'm going to keep butchering here right too. Mahoija. And then back to Mr. Stevens, and then for a closeout at this time. So Mahoija, you want to go ahead and close it?
Point of order. Delegate Otto South.
Point of order, Honorable Otto South.
Speaker, where a Naabik'íyáti committee has a timeline for the presentation. And number 2, our trustee came to the Navajo Nation Council for introduction. And it would be in order for our trustee to hear leadership from all aspects of the Navajo Nation. That is my point of order. Thank you.
Honorable Otto, so I think that's you as your point of order. As indicated, we did post on the agenda. That'd be from 11:30 to 1. Mr. Mahoija was willing to meet with individuals after. It was just that, just to be courteous of the time, that it was announced prior to before this meeting started, while this meeting has been started, that this was going until 1 o'clock today. And Mr. Mahoija did indicate that he is willing to sit down with individual delegates and at any time. But it was announced, Honorable Otto So, that he was just going to be with us at Naabik'íyáti Committee until 1 o'clock today, numerous times.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes, Honorable Otto So.
Okay, so, this is very important, and we ran into a timeline. Whether the timeline is set by the trustee or by the council, but I think as part of the Naabik'íyáti committee, it is our right to get our questioning to our new area director, because he will be signing on the dotted lines on a lot of the federal dollars coming down the pipeline that services our Navajo people. I'm in the western portion of the Navajo Nation where water is needed. And it is very, very important that we ask our questions. This is my follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. a while. So that, let me turn the floor back over as indicated to Mr. Mahoja and then close out for Mr. Stevens. Mr. Mahoja?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable delegates, both present in the room and remotely. I very much appreciated hearing your concerns, your priorities, and your challenges. And to Honorable Chairman Daniel So's point, we look forward to collaboration, transparency of communication, accountability, and working together to solve many of these issues that you brought up today and others. We've been taking very detailed notes today so that we understand the issues of each of the honorable delegates who have spoken today. I look forward to meeting those who weren't able to present their questions today at a time of their convenience. Please reach out to my staff and we'll schedule meetings at your convenience to discuss these issues. Thank you very much, and I look forward to continuing my commitment to service in Indian country.
Stevens?
Thanks again, Speaker Damon, Honorable Council delegates. I want to be short and sweet. I just want to thank you all for accepting me as the regional director and allowing me to apply my leadership skills to the region to best serve the Navajo Nation leaders, division directors, and membership. I thoroughly enjoyed my tenure here. And again, I do not disappear into the sunset. I will still be engaged with Mr. Mahoja, as I am with all other 11 regional directors, and continue to be available. I also want to thank those of you that were able to work collaboratively, build relationships, and all of you that I consider my brothers and sisters, my relatives, my friends. Thanks again for having me.
Thank you again, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Mahoja for being here with us. And thank you for that presentation. That, colleagues, could I get a motion?
Motion, Havana.
Second.
Second, Delegate Brown.
Daniel, so that, colleagues, square board to accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles
Honorable
Newton
Eugenia
votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaus-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knaus-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knaus-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable
Green.
Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, God, you can't.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Kneswat-Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kneswat-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kneswat-Crotty votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 15 in favor, 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chabal. And thank you very much again, Mr. Hoja and Mr. Stevens, and thank you for being here with us. Shirley too as well. Thank you very much for being here with us. With that, 15 in favor, 1 opposed, and they're not voting. Motion carries. Scott, for making your way out here. And again, the door's always open for your returning. And I know more importantly, to sit down with, as Chairman Daniel So said, not only with the delegates at the regions, but also the committees too as well. We look forward to working with you. Yeah. Now, colleagues, let's go on. Continue on down. We are at item number 6, old business. There's none. New business. We have legislation A0113-21, sponsored by Honorable Daniels, co-sponsored by myself, Seth Damon. Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0113-21, an action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council appropriating $27,991,281 in citizen funds to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for the completion of 2,794 utilities projects across the Navajo Nation, approving the NTUA 2,794 project expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 to 2508, sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. and co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. There are 2 committee reports with this legislation. The first committee report is from the Resource and Development Committee that recommended due pass with no amendments. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended do pass with no amendments. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that, colleagues. Mr. Rico, with that, colleagues, is there a motion on legislation 0113-21? Motion, my honorable
Motion, Paul Begay.
second, my honorable
Second,
Paul Begay.
Second, Freeland.
Now, colleagues, we do have a motion and second. That any comments, questions?
I got a question, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Hey, thank you. With that, Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I think that for those honorable members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, I think that his staff, legislative council, I don't know, we come before you, Naabik'íyáti Committee. I bring before you legislation 0113-21. For each, I don't know, this legislation is destined for Navajo Nation Council for this particular legislation is to approve $27,991,281 from the Citizen Fund for 2,747 NTUA projects, and to approve the required expenditure plan for these projects. Dollars to connect more homes with electricity. Photovoltaic, solar, other projects that Peggy with an NTUA again that was vehicle. So at this time, I'm gonna give some time to my agent, NTUA General Counsel, Arash Malini, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much,
Arash?
Speaker Damon, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now, buddy.
Very
Floor is
good.
yours.
Yate, okay, very good. Good morning, Yate. Good morning, members of the Navajo Nation Council and audience members. Arash Netamwalami Inishe, Toilin Inishle, Persian Clan Bashichin, Kiani Dashiche, Persian Clan Nationali. As Delegate Daniels mentioned, I am counsel for NTUA. I'm working on various projects, but I've been working with Delegate Daniels and a few other members on ways to start building projects in this prime construction season. This legislation and the idea behind the legislation came about because we know that the nation is receiving other federal funding through American Rescue Plan Act, and that's the primary source. And we knew that one of the big challenges under the CARES Act was not necessarily, at least from NTUA's perspective, in constructing projects. One of our biggest barriers was the time constraints on the projects, in that we did not have enough time. We did not have enough time during construction season to build projects, i.e. water lines to homes, septic systems to homes, to install cistern systems, to install electric distribution lines and connections to homes, off-grid solar units, and towers and whatnot. So what we talked about with Delegate Daniels is, right now we are actually in construction season. And even though, under the American Rescue Plan Act, we have through 2024 made an extension, we know that time goes by fairly quickly. So we talked about ways to start building projects as soon as we can. We know the weather, we've had a lot of rain, but we know the weather is good and this is prime construction season. So that's where we came about the idea for, proposing this legislation so that we can start building projects as soon as we can. So that was the basis for the idea of the legislation initially. So we do have a proposed amendment to the legislation, and I won't bring that up until Delegate Daniels would like to. But I'll just kind of go over high level the breakdown of the various categories or buckets of funding and what they cover. And then Mr. Delegate Daniels can either defer to me regarding the amendment, or he can discuss the amendment as well. So the first bucket of projects that we're focusing on is NTUA water wastewater projects. And when we talk about water wastewater projects, there's various components. We initially focused on water wastewater capacity projects, but after discussing with various committees and getting feedback from council delegates and leadership, the focus was on, they wanted NTUA to focus on providing direct water line connections to homes. So what we did is we changed our project listing through an amendment, our proposed amendment is we wanted to focus on connecting water lines and septic systems to homes. And with that, we have about 100, with this legislation, we intend or propose to connect 100 Navajo homes with water line and a septic system to homes. And I want to just to be clear what that includes. So the water line and septic to home projects, they include the cost to construct the water line to the home. If the home doesn't have plumbing, that cost is part of the project. So plumbing, sink, if necessary, hot water heater system, if necessary, bathroom addition, if the home doesn't have it and if it's necessary, an energy efficient refrigerator, for whatever purpose of that would be part of the project. House wiring, if the home doesn't have house wiring, that's covered under the project. Any inspections that are necessary to validate that home, the septic system or a connection to existing wastewater collection system, and any other necessary components to make a complete working system. So our goal with, lessons learned from CARES Act and other projects with these types of projects is we want to give the families a full functioning system that covers everything necessary to provide them that service. And I mean the water to the home and the wastewater function to the home as well. So we budgeted and we put in all of those components into a project, and that's all covered in the project. As far as some of these things NTUA generally doesn't do, for example, we generally don't do house wiring, plumbing, bathroom additions, and whatnot. What we did with under the CARES Act, under bathroom additions, is we actually contracted and worked with our sister enterprise, NECA, and they assisted with the bathroom addition. So we would intend to do the same on these projects as well. On the house wiring piece, through the CARES Act, what we did is we solicited a request for proposal for electricians, and we're required to give Navajo preference to those electricians. So we were able to hire Navajo electricians and contract with Navajo electricians and businesses, contractors, to provide that service. So that's what we would intend to do as well. NTUA wouldn't do it in-house because we generally don't do that. We intend to contract with local Navajo contractors and electricians to provide that service. And the same with plumbing. So those are certain things that NTUA generally doesn't do, but as part of this project and initiative, we've included in the total project. As far as ownership, operation, maintenance, some of the components NTUA would not keep ownership of. It would transfer over to the homeowner. For example, the plumbing, the sink, the hot water heater, the bathroom addition, the refrigerator, the house wiring, the septic system. Those generally all are not, NTUA doesn't keep them as an asset. That generally is, it goes to, ownership goes to the actual homeowner. So they have the ownership over those items. So, that's kind of a breakdown on the water wastewater side. So when the amendment is brought up, you'll see the focus change from water wastewater capacity projects it'll focus more on direct services and direct connections to homes, to Navajo homes. One of the other reasons why we took out some of the projects, if you look at the, and you know what, Delegate Daniels, it might be better, I apologize, it might be better for the delegates to see the proposed amendments before I go through a document that is not what they're looking at, if that makes sense.
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniels.
Yes, Honorable Daniels, floor is yours. Still.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members of Naabik'íyáti, Mr. Malimi, thank you for your presentation on this legislation. Just like what Mr. Malimi stated, there is an amendment that is ready to be introduced. I believe Ms. Tapahi, she was working on that amendment. I believe that amendment is ready. I don't know if Ms. Barnes is on the line. If that can be introduced, if that can be motion of second of Yashi. After that, we'll go ahead and go deep into the legislation. Chair.
Hey, thank you. Does that conclude your presentation, Honorable Daniels?
Yes, Mr. Chair, right now,
I can.
Mr.
Honorable Daniels?
Your question of privilege.
Hold on, Honorable Daniels, there's a question of privilege. Honorable Eugene, so your question of privilege?
Was these legislations sent before? I'm trying to find it. Can you, if not, can you send me one? Thank you.
Someone send him 113. Send Honorable Eugene So 113 again. Honorable Eugene So was sent at 1:30 or 11:30 this morning.
All righty, let me look again.
Send it to him again. It's from, is it from you? It's from Jalissa. Thank you. With that, let me go back to Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels, does that conclude your presentation?
Mr. Chair, let me give some more time to Mr. Malimi. Continue, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Rosh?
Thank you. I apologize for the confusion. I just wanted to mention the amendments because some of the comments I'll be making is related to the amendments, but I'll continue. So the next category of projects that are part of the legislation is power line projects and capacity and electric projects. So we have it under electric projects overall. Once again, you know, when we first went into this, we had some projects that are focused on electric capacity. And after talking with the delegates and leadership, we wanted to, you know, as part of the NTUA electric system, it is necessary for NTUA and any other utility provider to have enough capacity to serve its load in its system. So our load is a Navajo Nation. Our system covers a Navajo Nation. And, you know, one of the questions that was brought up previously is, can we put all of the money towards connecting up, providing electric connections to homes? And the answer is pretty much no. And the reason being is that we have to make sure our system is strong enough to support the additional load of the connections that come on board. So through the CARES Act, we had 737 additional connections. In addition, we had pumps and wells that were put in place and also require a source of energy. We have towers that were built that require a source of energy. We have communications equipment that requires a source of energy. So all of these additional projects put an additional strain and require additional capacity on the NTUA electric system. So with that, we have to make sure we make necessary improvements to make sure the system can handle that additional load. One of the examples we give is, back a little couple months ago with Texas. Texas's system essentially didn't have enough capacity to handle the load of the state of Texas. And what happened is that system pretty much crashed. And obviously that's a worst case scenario, but it is a true situation that if we don't focus on, strengthening the capacity of the system, then, we run into those types of issues of making sure we don't get into that type of situation. So I just wanted to explain that piece of it, that it's necessary for us to make improvements to the capacity system. I know many delegates also too have, sent in complaints about, some outages in certain areas. Well, some of those outages are related to capacity issues as well, and we're working on those. But those are some things that we have to focus on and make sure that we don't have as many outages and we improve the reliability of our overall system. So with this, with the electric projects, NQA included projects for electric distribution improvements, electric substation improvements, electric transmission improvements, and then specific projects for Raptor protection for substations. Some of our more recent outages have been related to Raptor issues and Raptor protection that we didn't have in some of our substations. So we've put additional dollars in that area so that we can we've noticed an increase in issues related to Raptor issues at substations. So we put some additional dollars in there to protect that substation and also protect the wildlife in the area as well. And as part of the electric, I'll call it NQA electric expenditure plan, we also included funds to connect 420 Navajo homes to the electric grid. And that amount is approximately $7,092,946. So just like the water, I want to just go over what's included in that electric connection to the electric grid for the Navajo home. First off, I want to make the note that the funding in this category allows NTUA and neighboring utilities that serve Navajo, i.e. Continental Divide Electric Co-op, Jemez Mountain Electric Co-op, Socorro Electric Co-op, Arizona Public Service Company of New Mexico, City of Farmington, any other neighboring utility that serves Navajo, the Navajo Nation. Just like we did with CARES, we intend to collaborate and partner with them. And if we do receive funds, we would use some of those. We would contract with those other utilities so that they can provide connections to the service area and the Navajo homes that they cover. So if we have a home on Navajo that's serviced by Continental Divide Electric Co-op, and they have a home ready to be hooked up with electricity. If we receive these funds, we would contract with them, and let's say the project's $10,000, NTUA would pay them $10,000 for them to connect that Navajo home to the electric grid. And at that point, they would actually become a customer not of NTUA but of Continental Divide. But the ultimate goal is to provide the electricity to that Navajo home. So we intend to do the same thing, and we specified that we would do that if we receive these funds. Okay, the cost to connect the homes to the electric grid includes funding to complete the actual construction of the line to the home. It also includes interior house wiring, if applicable and needed. It includes a pole-mounted meter loop, any certification and recertification of the house wiring, and the inspection. In addition, for life support customers, which means customers that have some type of serious medical condition, NTUA may provide a generator with an ATS switch to that home. Our goal there is to make sure that home has redundant power because of the situation of that customer and that individual with their health conditions. Okay, and in the last category for the electric projects is the off-grid solar units to the Navajo homes. If this legislation is approved, we have funding for 80, the installation and placing in service of 80 off-grid solar units to homes across the Navajo Nation at a cost of $3.8 million. So those off-grid solar systems include funding to complete the actual installation of the units, the interior house wiring if applicable, the certification and recertification of the house wiring, the inspection. They also include generators, if applicable, the ATS switch, and an energy efficient refrigerator for those units. So those are totally, we've had experience working on the off-grid solar unit through the CARES Act. We were able to install and place and service 300 off-grid solar units. We're able to use a Navajo contractor through the public bidding process, and we worked with them, and they provided approximately half of those. And we're going through the process right now of an RFP on the street, just like we did previously, just in anticipation of funding, so that we can be ready to, with the shortages across the nation in various components of the units. The last category is the NTUA broadband projects. The focus here is, once again, the focus here are a few tower builds, a few fiber build outs, but the real focus here is the funding necessary to continue the student Wi-Fi hotspots across the Navajo Nation. That's one area. We have, through the CARES Act, we were able to install and place in service 42 student Wi-Fi hotspots. And those student Wi-Fi hotspots are, they're intended to provide free internet service to the local communities to check homework, to do virtual learning, to do telehealth, to do telemedicine, and just to make sure that, the initiatives of the COVID-19 and making sure everyone's safe, those are all met. So we have funding in there for the OpEx for the student Wi-Fi hotspots. We also have funding proposed in here for customer premise equipment. So as part of NTUA and Choice Wireless's funds through the CARES Act, we made significant improvements to the actual broadband system across the Navajo Nation. As part of all the upgrades that we made to the system, it's necessary to actually change out the, for wireless customers, change out the actual equipment that is placed in the house. So if you receive, if you're a Choice Wireless Internet home customer, you have a certain modem or broadband equipment. In order to get faster service, it's necessary to switch out that equipment. So right now we don't have funding to switch out that equipment, but through this legislation, we were able to switch out that equipment to provide faster speeds and more access to the internet under that customer premise equipment line item. There's other few projects on here, but also too, I just wanted to mention that when the amendment is brought up, you'll see many of the items that are crossed out.
Honorable Daniels, that's 20 minutes.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. That will conclude our presentation. But Mr. Malini, we have an amendment that is ready. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for that presentation. And colleagues, sir, Honorable Daniels did indicate in his presentation that he has an amendment ready if someone would like to bring that to the forefront. So with that, let me go to the board. At this time, I have Madam Chair Charles Newton and Vice Chair Smith in the queue, and then moving on from there. So with that, Honorable Eugene, so I'll put you in the queue too as well. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and also colleagues. I know that there is an amendment that does need to be presented at this time. I'll be happy to make the motion to amend the legislation to include the amendment. I don't know if I actually got a copy of the amendment itself, but I know that an email. I did get it, Speaker. I'm good with doing that, Speaker. If the amendment needs to be made.
Second, Delegate Crotty.
So, Speaker, to be clear, I am making a motion to amend the legislation to include the amendment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rico could read the amendment into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 1, on page 1 at line 13, on page 5 at line 9, on page 6 at line 6, 10, 15, and 29, on page 7 at line 30, make the following change to the dollar figure shown in each line. Overstrike $27,991,281 and insert $31,507,369. On page 1 at line 14, page 6 at line 6, 10, 16, 17, 19, and 26. On page 7, lines 1, 5, 7, 9, 11, 16, 17, 20, and 28. On page 8 at line 6, make the following change to the figure shown in each line. Overstrike 2,794 and insert 2,693. On page 3, on page 5, at line 28, make the following change to the figure shown. Overstrike 2,085 and replace with 2,049. Or on page 5, line 10, make the following change to the dollar figure shown in line 10. Overstrike $9,073,912 and replace with $12,590,000. 5, remove Exhibit A and replace it with the new Exhibit A provided by NTUA. 6, remove Exhibit B, replace it with the new Exhibit B provided by NTUA. 7, remove Exhibit C and replace it with the new Exhibit C provided by NTUA. 8, remove Exhibit D and replace it with new Exhibit D provided by NTUA. 9, remove Exhibit E and replace it with the new Exhibit E provided by NTUA. 10, remove Exhibit F and replace it with the new Exhibit F provided by NTUA. 11, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Also attached with this are the new exhibits A through F. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? Commissioner Smith?
This is Delegate Charles Newton. I do have a question.
On amendment number 1, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair, for the time to speak on this amendment here. Roshanella for bringing this legislation forth to us, and NTUA trying to catch up on what CARES money was intentionally used for. We have a situation, Shenandoah, not only myself, but up on Pine Springs, which is covered by Oak Springs and Houck. Yesterday I was at the chapter meeting to Dada, and a school board member from Pine Springs mentioned that they don't have any internet up there. And I heard broadband, and they're in a remote area up there. And I know NTUA is advocating for additional funding. I don't know if that can be inserted in this amendment here to consider broadband for folks up in Pine Springs area. They have a school up there, and kids do go to school, but they don't have any means of having internet to stay home and do homework and get on the fish to cheat in CKC to complete their work and to keep the curriculum going for their education. I talked to Honorable Wanika. He's aware of it too, and his constituents up there. He's wanting to also include his constituents that are up on the Pine Springs area. And not only does Halk serve the Pine Springs, but Wide Ruins also has folks that live in Pine Springs area. So it's like Lupton has folks up there too. Lupton, Halk, Sanders, and Wide Ruins, and Klagetoe, and Oak Springs. So there is a call for the need of having internet up there, and we would like to maybe have NTUA see if they could squeeze that in for our folks up there, because COVID-19, the weather, and the way the winter season is going to be, we don't know what it's going to be like. And that Delta, the numbers are increasing slowly, and they're telling us to stay home, and they're telling us to keep wearing our mask and be extra careful when we go out, and continue washing our hands. And they're just pretty soon they may just shut down all transport and all connection of moving around like last year when COVID-19 first hit us. So Shanana, I don't know if that could be a change in that. I know that we're looking at this amendment. I don't know if NTUA can include Oak Springs in there, but Oak Springs really does need internet services. They're an isolated area. They're up on top, and the paved road up there, but the paved road ends at the school, and it's one way in, one way out. So maybe NTUA can kind of look into it right now and review it while we're discussing this amendment here. Thank you, Chair Damon. Appreciate it.
Thank you. With that, Vice Chair Smith, that if I go on to Madam Chair Charles Newton, there was a question that might pose a request to modify. So with that, let me turn back the floor to Madam Chair Charles Newton for response.
The request to modify, is NTUA ready with those figures? And is wouldn't that require amendment language? Is that all set and ready to go?
As a motioning party, I guess you're the one that would defer that to NTUA. Is that your, Madam Chair?
Speaker, it's hard for me to approve something that I don't have any information on, and that's why I'm asking, is the person who's asking for the amendment, do they have the dollar figures or where the changes need to be made in the amendment?
Madam Chair, seems like Vice Chair Smith's asking, since you're the motioning party, if you could request for that information, or if that information does been requested over to NTUA. So as a motioning party, you're holding the amendment. So if that information is held by NTUA at this time, then if not, then we would continue on down.
Speaker, then can we ask NTUA if they have that information?
Yes, we can. NTUA.
Yes, Honorable Delegate, Chair Charles Newton, and Speaker Damon. The email sent by Ms. Tapahe includes the proposed actual amendments, the strike-throughs, and the underlines. And then the PDF document, it's a 4 megabyte document. I think this was sent by Ms. Laureline Tapahe to the council. That includes all of the proposed modifications to the exhibits A through F, and I can walk you through those very quickly. if you like.
Raj, that wasn't the question. The question is, does the, in your modification, does that include, what is it, Pine Springs,
Oh, okay.
for them to have internet service, broadband service, some kind of wireless service?
Mhm. Got it. Okay. Thank you. My apologies. Delegate, Honorable Delegate Smith Jr., the answer to that is no. It is not in this legislation. However, it is in the NTIA Broadband Connectivity Program grant initiative that we're working on with the nation right now. So it's on the list. The Oak Springs Tower build out is on the listing through a different funding source through the NTIA Broadband Connectivity Program initiative.
Hey, thank you.
And if you want more,
let me go ahead and continue on down then. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a question in terms of the legislation as a whole, but also the amendment, since it did change the amount. I know that we did pass CO-37-19, which was vetoed by the president, and then we overrode that. I believe it was CD-52-19, if my research is correct. But that was an increased debt limit. Can you tell us, how that increased debt limit has helped our people? Because I feel like NTUA is constantly coming back to the Navajo Nation. And I understand that there's a lot of projects, for water build out, for electricity, and for broadband. But NTUA is not the only electric company that provides services to our people. And out of, fairness, I know that there's Eastern Agency that always, they always get forgotten. And I know that because, I have a lot of people who reach out to me from Eastern Agency talking about their electricity, their water, and their broadband issues. And so I feel like, again, NTUA is constantly coming back to council asking for money. And it makes me question, if Citizen wasn't available, if CARES wasn't available, and if ARPA wasn't available, what would NTUA be doing to address the issues of our Navajo people? What pot of money would they be looking at? I thought that that's what the income debt increase was supposed to do, was to help address these. And quite frankly, I'm a little bit disappointed that NTUA is here again with their hands out. And more importantly, what is a little bit upsetting for me is the fact that we do have ARPA funds to address these kinds of issues, but it's like you guys are jumping the gun and you guys are asking for these funds. And I do know that that language has been included regarding the congressional funds that's coming down and how that would replace the citizen money, but you're going to be coming back before council again asking for ARPA money. In addition to that, I know that our people have been also sharing information about the increase in electricity and water. And I understand that there's a lot of things that do go behind that in terms of addressing the cost. But I do have to say that I'm really disappointed again that NTUA is before us asking for citizen. Again, I understand the importance of providing electricity, water, and broadband to our people, but it seems like, if citizen wasn't there, if ARPA wasn't there, and CARES wasn't there, I feel like NTUA really, wouldn't be doing very much. And that's not the reason why the enterprise was created. And then the other thing too is, the project listing that you have. I understand that there's other project listings that are out there, as you just now clarified with Delegate Smith, that his community's projects on a different list. How many lists are out there? How much grant money has NTUA gone after, aside from standing in line at council waiting for us to give you more money? And then more importantly, again, I want to know money that has, like what have you done with the income debt ceiling that we increased for you? What projects have been completed? How much, money has been spent? Are you putting that money back into the communities? Or is it, projects that, I guess I just need to know what projects you guys are working on with the income debt ceiling increase that was done. And I say that because I was one of the delegates, I guess there was a few of us, or there was plenty of us actually, that did vote in favor to override that veto. And by doing so, we made a stance and we said that we believed in you and we wanted these projects to be completed. This was prior to CARES, this was prior to ARPA, but we haven't received a report on where those projects are at, how much money has been used, where NTUA has completed projects, or more importantly, how they have served our Navajo people. So if I could get that information, I think that for me, it would be easier for me to vote green on this. Otherwise, I think that you should just wait in line for ARPA funds and wait till we decide. And I think one delegate has already stated this, that we're already spending ARPA money. And we're doing it by not really explaining to the people how it's done. We're including this legal language within the legislations that are being passed. And by doing so, we're really, in fact, spending ARPA money. And the other projects that have been submitted by other delegates for what they think is important hasn't even been addressed, because there is no process or no procedure that has been established saying that this is how you can request for ARPA funds. So this is kind of like a way around that, and we're saying that we can drop legislation for citizens, get it through the process, and then sorry about that, Speaker. So I just think that in terms of NTUA coming before us asking for these funds, I do see the positive in it, but I also want to know, what the income debt ceiling has done and what projects have been completed. Thank you.
Before I go on down to get a response, I would go back to the sponsor of the amendment, which is yourself, from Chair Charles Newton. So is that just going directly then to NTUA?
Yes, Speaker, and I did make that clear that I am the sponsor of the amendment, but I wanted an explanation.
Okay. Go back to NTUA.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, for those questions. The first question, yeah, you are correct that, NTUA is once again appreciative of the council's support on the debt ceiling limit increase. So some of the projects and initiatives just off the top of my head that I know we've, are loans or sources of leveraging funding that we've utilized under the debt ceiling limit is just recently we signed an U.S. Department of Agricultural Rural Utility Services loan. And that money is specifically related to improving the electric backbone, electric capacity across the NTUA system. And that was a $235 million loan that we have to pay back. And that is how we fund the improvements to our system overall. As you said, if there's no CARES Act, if there's no ARPA, if there's no other funding source, we have to borrow the money through the U.S. Department of Agriculture and Rural Utility Services. And we just signed a new loan in the amount of $235 million. And I have to get the exact number for you. And we have the documentation for that. Some additional projects where we've utilized the debt ceiling limit. As you might know, some of the wastewater treatment plant facilities that are owned, operated, and maintained by the Navajo Nation are very dilapidated, and they're well in due of replacement. So most recently at the last NTUA board meeting, we signed a loan with the U.S. Department of Agriculture for, and this is specifically related to the Shiprock wastewater treatment plant. We signed 3 loans, or we approved 3 loans to replace the Shiprock wastewater treatment plant. with the mechanical facility to account for growth and just to account for a better quality of product for the members of the Shiprock community. We signed 3 loans with them, one in the amount of $6,795,000, another in the amount of $6,900,000, and another in the amount of $7,100,000. So the total cost of the replacement of the plant is approximately $26 million. So as you can see, we're paying through loans about $21 million for those facilities, a little under, actually $20 million in loans for those facilities. The remainder is a contribution from NTUA, and other ways to leverage the loan is through grant dollars. So we're also obtaining grants for the remainder in excess of the cost to build out that new wastewater treatment plant. So those are some of the things that, those are 2 things off the top of my head that we've done. We also have other wastewater treatment plant facilities that are in need of replacement across the Navajo Nation. And on average, the replacement of those facilities in larger communities is, with inflation and the cost of materials now going up, it's approximately $25 million per facility. And we generally get grant funds for that, but the entire facility is not paid through grant funds. So we have to find other ways of funding those projects. And obviously we have to take out low interest loans to build out those treatment plants. So those are just a few examples of them, of ways we're trying to utilize and the debt ceiling limit and opportunities. We do also have the renewable energy projects, whereby NTUA and the nation is 51% owners of those facilities. As an example, in Red Mesa, we signed the solar lease, and we're moving forward with the project along with Cameron, and then we're trying to develop the Litchi project. So as part of ownership of those projects, we have to finance and make sure that we pay our portion of it. There's also many benefits to being the owner, but you also have to pay to be owners of those projects. The next question is about, why is NTUA always coming back? As far as kind of jumping the line and whatnot, one of the things we noticed with CARES Act is, and I mentioned before, is timing. We essentially, NTUA, along with probably every other party or every other beneficiary, whatever you want to call it, ran out of time. And we that was our biggest concern, is going up against the deadline of making sure we can put in service as many projects by that timeline. So part of our lessons learned is, we're in construction season now. If we can have the ability to start projects in this construction season, at least even some of them, that'll give us a leg up, and we'll be able to connect more people to the electric grid or with water or with broadband than we could if we waited for, let's say 3 months, 5 months, 6 months, or 7 months. So that's the reason why we're bringing it forth now. I understand how it may look that, we're trying to jump the gun, but at the same time, we're trying to do what's in the best interest for, for our people who don't have services or who need better services. So that is why we're coming. Delegate Daniels and I are coming before you at this time. And lastly, on the rate increases, I just want to be clear, for the electric rate increases, we haven't had an electric rate increase in the last 13 years. And what I mean by that is essentially the tariff rate for our operation, maintenance, and replacement of our system. We have a tariff rate that has not changed. We have not raised that in the last 13 years. The reason why some people or everyone's bills do go up is because the power of energy has been going up dramatically. So the cost of energy is a pass-through cost. So when the cost of energy goes up from our suppliers or from where we buy it from, or our producers or generators, or the energy we generate, we have to pass that through to our customer. So that's where the actual bills are going up on the energy side. It's the cost of the energy. So actually our operation, maintenance, and replacement costs have stayed the same, but the actual cost of energy is a pass-through, and that's why the bills are higher for pretty much everybody. And on the water side, wastewater, it's just one of those things where, I'm sure Mr. Kuntz has mentioned that, for the water wastewater utility, it's something that's always, in the red. We try to have it as standalone in the black, but based off of certain conditions that are, many ways out of our control, we're trying to get that to a point where it can go in the black. But I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. I do have Honorable Elmer Begay and then Honorable Otto still in the queue at this time. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours on Amendment 1.
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay, Elmer Begay. Good afternoon. Other members of the Naabik'íyáti committee too. So yate. Other people that are on the line. So yate. Other the for those who Delegate Daniel. So yate go. Other the member from NTA though. So yate keep this leadership there. We know that we're asking for fundings, and this ain't the first time that NTA came before the Navajo Nation Council requesting for fundings on behalf of our Navajo people. And we know that this is the Navajo Nation, Navajo people's money. And this funding was the citizen funds. Isn't there some funding for one person? And it costs a lot now on the behalf of the Navajo people, and how the government treated them. So this money was given back to them to where they could. Money is needed for them. So that's the name of that funding. To be rely on that, and to restore and to go on with that funds. That's how citizen is. In that mindset, I wanted to say this to NTA. I know that I would say that from my chapter, Dalcon chapter, 1/3 of our people in the household, they don't have electric, and they have no access to they have access with broadband. They hook with this electricity because they don't have it. So 1/3 of the whole population is like that in Dalcon. So they have no access to remote learning and medical support, even the business ventures. So all these, that people that have cell phones, but it doesn't work. And these buttes, and these volcanic buttes that we live in, once you go behind it, then there's nothing. And we're just being used on the NTA saying that we're gonna bring broadband to the Navajo Nation, to the people in Dalcon and surrounding 95 chapters. But then unserved and underserved, no, we're just being used. And you haven't seen that there were, like, for example, this is just one example. You want that broadband brought into into my community, but you never shown. NTA doesn't show which people they're gonna be connected, and I haven't seen a engineered it how they're gonna get to these people that are in the remote areas. I think it's just along the highway. It's just along this community, these chapters, and they're within 1 mile radius. That's all they use is that. Other than that, there's more people out there in the remote areas. So I haven't seen any design of how many people you can these people that are going to be served with this electricity. So right now, this broadband that was given to you today, or with this CARES fundings, if you come to Dalcon, whoever drives into Dalcon, there's a power line that goes to the west, and all this power line used to be a single phase line to about almost 15 miles. Right now, these power lines will be reverted to or changed into three-phase line. It's already been these poles are along they're not installed yet, but they're just along this power line. Underneath it, there's already a broadband in there. It's not even connecting to any homes. It just goes along that road into Bird Spring area. And this power line, well, it's already been, this CARES fund has been used. It's not even connecting to these homes yet. So right now, saying that we've been used. So this home doesn't need three-phase line, but it's just going to be connecting to loop area. So we can have a power for all the community. So this is that how one of these delegates are saying that there's a lot of homes that are out there, but they're not going to be served again. They're just increasing their main source primary power, and even the waters like that. But all I hear is that they say that we need to increase these the main sources to get to start extending lines. But I disagree with that. So so my main this is my main concern. You're just building your own with this funding to your main trunk line, just like how my Nully delegate Charles Newton saying that is that that these funds is supposed to be for people that is like they're not served or underserved. That you're just building more on your primary source, and you're not extending lines to these people. Then your I thought the funds, the loans, your debt ceilings was increased for that. I thought these monies was given to you, and then the customer pays all that for all these years. I thought that there would be somewhere to increase your own facilities or your own main sources. I thought that's how it works, but you guys haven't shared anything with us like that. Your whole business portfolio about where this money goes and where these monies will be used. And then it's just give us an amount of how many people will need, how many people need electricity. So I think if you wanted to use this money, we need the whole maybe a design to where these people will need these, how much it's going to cost. Maybe tell us about how many single phase line per foot is. What do you estimate on it? What was the per foot of this single phase line? And even the water, if it's going to be like to increase the water line to a 8-inch, how much does it cost per foot? What do you go by? And we need to know this, and then we'll know. This is, I think, to be more realistic about that. And I need to see some engineering part of it. And one thing that I want to say this to you is that right now, you told us that Dalcon and the 5 chapters that we represent had a broadband. We had all the assessment done, and right now you're being from Telecommunications, Navajo Nation gave you consider you as a lead applicant for this NTIA, National Telecommunication Information Administration grant, and you're not going to be accepting the Dalcon chapter in there. and you don't want to share the co-location with us. And here we say that this is for the people. This is a grant. It's not for ownership. It's not going to be for somebody's going to be owning, but you keep asking us who's going to be owning this after that, after we build and things like that, that this is for the people. A grant is for people that are being underserved. So, Mr. Daniels, I'm for people. And I think as a Navajo people, we own those. We should be owning that tower there. And I don't know why we're keeping NTA as an ownership. And they're kind of monopoly to these infrastructures. When we're going to, say time out. Hey, what's going on? It's another best on that. These are people's money, and we're going to use it, and nobody's going to be the owners to all this. And so then the other question goes to NTA. I think you need to give us maybe how much do you guys go by per foot on single phase and even the water line, and then also that my question would be how much is the funds is going directly to District 7 area? I know I haven't seen the whole amount for on that legislation. And then I know that you guys are not considering us. You gave us a word in saying that that Balcon they went through a grant. They got the grant to make the assessment, and they got a design build plan, where it's an engineer plan for broadband. But you're not considering us for this grant, and you are the lead applicant to this, and you're playing monopoly to us. Seems like you're nature bond. You're stingy with that. And here the people, this is for the people now. That's where I think we need to get understanding. One thing I wanted to end this with is that you asked me one day to be presenting or this $27 million to support you. Then I told him that I can be a sponsor to that only if you negotiate with us with this co-location. But instead, you never did answer me back. So I guess this is how you guys work. So I don't really appreciate playing money with my people's money, and this CSN money that we call the CSN. So Speaker,
Thank you very much. Honorable Elmer Brigade. Let me go to Honorable Otto So, and then I'll go back to the sponsor of the amendment. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Do you guys hear me?
Oh.
Okay. Well, Mr. Arash, Saleh for coming forth and being the agent on behalf of our tribal enterprise. Ado adit Nashin Sago not Hashin so the net is that is in adit and source. And based off of those projects that are developed based off of how the Navajo citizen had applied or will be applying, is a system that is well vetted, as created with NTUA. Just hearing the discussion off of the couple presenter or questions that were posed to you. Arash, I would just back off and would have the sponsor withdraw the legislation and then put the back on the Navajo citizen and see, place reality back onto the dirt. Because reality is that when a person wants power, they will have office based off of the application, the feasibility is made. When that feasibility is made, a cost is determined. How much it's going to cost to get power to a home, whether it's based off of per mile, whether it's based off of, it's based off of per mile, and then at times it's to the footage. The other is, any other, even broadband, even water, telecommunications, so forth. I would just ask this, say, hey, let's just withdraw it and put the burden back on the Navajo people here. That way, leadership will hear it directly from the people. Later, once upon a time, we tried to get some monies from the tribal government to fund these things, important things that are impacted by our Navajo citizens. But at the time, leadership, question NTUA, this and that, and so forth. But I guess that's probably one way to address this, Arash. I go back to when I would ask citizen for Light Up Navajo project for two purposes. 1 million was supposed to be for right away, and another 1 million was to help buy additional material. And the right of way portion monies was approved, and I remember council shot down the other side because they didn't want to fund it. But again, construction costs right now is high, and you're right. And these impact the cost of supplies and transport. And with that, this time of COVID, the supply and demand is low. And somewhere, somehow, NTUA is getting the demands or buying the materials. Someone's making them. I'm very grateful they're coming in. But whether you serve so many homeowners based off of the electric grid, that is something that is based off of engineering. You have to look at the engineering factor. You just can't go and say let's light up let's go hook up every Navajo home. You have to look at the load. The same thing for water. The supply and demand on the power resource and the water resource, the storage tank size. Well, right now, people are hauling water for their animals using potable water. And a lot of these storage tanks are being stressed right now. You look at what happened, a community, the tank was depleted. It wasn't for domestic usage. It was for most likely livestock. That way, Arash, you're not in this position to be, you're not doing anything. You're doing a lot. I have a couple of trailers in Tuba City that just came in, and they're looking at Light Up Navajo to get services, or through ARPA, and they're patiently waiting. But it would be great to get this money to try to finish out, to get additional services for those people that were not served from the CARES Act, because the CARES Act had a deadline, and based off of the record, you return some unused monies because of the deadline. And you don't have that no more. You give that back to the nation. Now those dollars are being used for hardship hardship accounts. So but again, if this legislation moves forward, I'll vote green for this. I support you guys. Try to get as much people served as much as you can based off of the engineering, the supply and demand, because you cannot build out a grid that you cannot fully charge up. It just cannot happen. Water and that's the reason why a lot of people who live away from off the grid, they're challenged because they either don't have a gravity system, a hill nearby to have that water pressure to apply at least about 16 psi of pounds per square inch inside the home so that the faucet can work, or they don't have electric so that they could have a AC pump for their to pump the water. You can use the solar pump, but the solar pump requires O&M, and a lot of that O&M is put back on the Navajo homeowner, and it costs us a lot of money to maintain. There's a lot of engineering facts that I look at here, and I really, really thank your team for vetting that. I worked as an engineering tech for Indian Health Services for many years, and I understand projects. I understand the feasibilities, and I understand how Indian Health Services employed the 4 homes per mile concept to get to start working on a right of way. So then the other is our own tribal process too. With the CARES Act that happened until now, Navajo has not waived any portion of the our right-of-way process that we have immediately control over. We haven't waived anything. So all the right-of-way process goes through the normal process, and that's what hinders a lot of the construction aspect of it. But again, I if this legislation moves forth, I will vote in favor. But just by hearing comments, I just withdraw the legislation and just put the burden back on how it used to be. And I'm sure leadership is gonna hear it from the public, from the general public. And if the language of the reimbursement through ARPA is there, let it be. That's just me. That's just me from my point of view, but I will be voting in favor for this legislation. I appreciate my time that has been given to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Armando. So let me go back to the sponsor, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Response to some questions. Move your agent. Be a Rosh.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my agent at this time who could answer those questions. Mr. Rosh?
Yes, Delegate Charles Newton, thank you for that. And thank you, Delegate Begay and Delegate So for those questions and comments and just the feedback that we're getting from NTUA, as far as these projects are concerned and other projects. I'll just answer a few questions and then I'll just kind of make general comments. But as far as the NTIA broadband grant, I just wanted to answer that thing, that question or that comment. For the NTIA broadband initiative, NTUA is the applicant, but NTUA does not choose any of the projects. That is done by NNTRC. All we do, what NTUA did is we're gracious enough to be asked to be the applicant. We're responsible for managing the grant award and making sure that we put a strong application on behalf of the Navajo Nation. But we do not have the ability, we don't have the authority to select projects for that NTIA grant. I just wanted to make sure that we're not, I just want to be clear that we weren't the ones who made the selection for the projects. We are just administering the grant on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And I just wanted to make a few comments on the dollar figures for these projects. I'm sure you guys are all aware that the CARES Act and ARPA projects are unique in that overhead costs cannot be part of the award. So there's direct costs and there's indirect costs. Direct costs are eligible for under CARES Act and ARPA, and I'll let DOJ answer specifically, but NTUA's interpretations, we cannot include overhead costs for our projects. So that dramatically reduces the amount of for each project. And in addition, these projects are unique because we're including certain elements of the project and components of the project that we normally don't do. I.e., if a home doesn't, if we're trying to get a water line and they don't have a bathroom, NTUA is going to fund that through the funds. We're going to build that bathroom addition. We generally do not do that. House wiring we generally don't do, or we never do. Plumbing we don't do. Refrigerator we don't do. All these, kitchen sink we don't do. Hot water system we don't do. So that's why the components in the breakdown of these prices are different than what you might normally see, is because they're unique projects. We're trying to give these Navajo homes and Navajo citizens, our people, a complete package, a complete product of a connection. Not to say, okay, we're going to build a line to your home, but okay, you don't have house wiring, so we can't connect you. No, we want to say we're responsible for everything to connect you to the grid, or we're responsible for a complete water and septic system to your home, and there's no questions asked. We're going to connect you with that product. So that's why these projects are unique, and this is how this project within 113-21, that's how we set it up. And then as far as Delegate Sill's comments, I come before the council and leadership, proposing ideas and projects that are in the best interest of our people, in my opinion, and in the opinion of NTUA. We try to think of ideas and ways to, provide utilities and, better, quality of life to as many people as possible. So that's what we do. I don't know what else to say. It's not like we, me or certain people get any benefits about, proposing this legislation. And, even our own workforce is, required to work more hours when we have these projects. Through the CARES Act, our workforce is working 6 days a week, up to 75 hours sometimes, unfortunately, to build out these projects. So, in many ways, it'd be easier just to say for our workforce, let's not move forward with projects. Let's just take it easy. But, we think as leadership for NTUA that it's in the best interest of the nation to propose these projects so that we can get as many people with utilities as possible. So that's all I can say on behalf of NTUA. Thank you.
Thank you. That one, go back to the floor. On Amendment 1, colleagues, if you're just joining us, we are on our Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee meeting today, and we are on new business. Legislation 0113-21, sponsored by Honorable Daniels. We do have an amendment to increase the amount from $27,991.28 $281 to $31,500 and $7,369. Swapping out different documents in Amendment 1 is motion by Madam Chair Charles Newman, second by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Let me go back to the floor. I think I heard Honorable Freeland.
Speaker Freeland.
I'll put you in the queue. I do have Vice Chair Smith ahead of you. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Damon and the Naabik'íyáti committee members. Thank you, Arsh, for explaining and highlighting things. My question is exhibits. I don't have the hard copies with me, the new ones, and I'm trying to frantically read it. But the question is, you have originally 2,794 projects. And within that, the amendment is going to be 2,693. it seems to be that when you reduce the number of projects, the price of the request would go down. It went from 27 million to 31 million. And in Exhibit A, it breaks it down, but the current exhibit that's in the legislation that's right now, I have a price tag of $32,991,281. And we're replacing the new Exhibit A that's going to reflect $31,507,369. But if you look at the legislation, it's requesting for $27,991,281 out of the citizen funds. Is there a different Exhibit A that was supposed to be in this legislation, and we're replacing that, reflecting the original amount that was requested for 27 million? Could you help me out on that? The other question too is, could we put language in here to reimburse the citizen? Seems like we're really tapping into the citizen dollars to help our people, which is good. However, there's funding that's brought forth through the Navajo Nation. And the Navajo Nation has that money right now as we speak, and I think there's going to be a legislation be entertained tomorrow to B and F. Could this be one of them that could be utilized when we do pass this and put that language in there saying all funds? There's a language that's been several amendments for requesting, saying that when funds are available, whether it's state, federal, county, I don't recall exactly how it was worded, but something in that nature. I'd like to see that, if that's all possible, N2A, Mr. Arsh. I appreciate those two questions being answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Now let me go back to the floor. I do on the queue. I have Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours. I'll go back to the
Thank you.
sponsor.
Good afternoon, colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Honorable Daniel, thank you for this legislation. Arash, thank you for the presentation. To Madam Chair, thank you for the amendment sponsor as well on this legislation. Just thinking more or less of what Honorable Otto So mentioned previously. I go back to my days as being a customer of Public Service Company of New Mexico, and I think about the times that the rates were increased. I used to get my utility bill, and I used to say, why is it so much? And then I would call to PNM and ask them, what was this for? They would tell me it was rate increase that were put on my bill for electrical upgrades. They would explain it to me that way. And they would state that the utility went before the PRC and got an approval to increase our rates. And they would pass, basically my analogy is that PNM was passing it on, and they still do this, they pass it on to the consumer to upgrade their infrastructure, their capacity. The same scenarios that we're talking about today, as a previously, I was so happy that my utility bill wasn't as much as PNM's. And I brought that up before. Understandably, Shnatai, NTUA has to buy the electricity and power from other utilities as well. Keep in mind that 40% of what is bought is hydro. It's renewable. 40% of what powers the Navajo Nation is green, clean energy too, Shnatai. So let's keep that in mind. And that's a good thing. That's a real good thing. So then going back to being a customer right now of Continental Divide, and I still compare my bill to my old bill at NTUA, and NTUA is still less than Continental Divide. the Continental Divide bill is still even more than what I was paying at NTUA. So I just wanted to make that comment, Speaker, that, you know, my rates at NTUA were a lot less than PNM. My rates at NTUA are a lot less than Continental Divide. So just something to think about, Shanantai, and put things into perspective, because we need to have these systems upgraded in order to prepare for ARPA or to prepare for other situations. We don't want to find ourselves 10, 15 years from now in this same scenario. You know, no upgrades or nothing like this. So I just wanted to make that comment, Shanantai, Speaker, and colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland. Thank you. Let me go back. I do have, well, let me go back to, I guess, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, and then I guess probably go back to Arash as your agent. Answer those questions.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for the comments and questions. Arash, my agent, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to answer those questions and to address the concerns brought forward by my colleagues. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, and Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith and Delegate Freeland. Delegate Smith first. I think on how the legislation, and I work with Ms. Tapai on the legislation. The funding request amount was in Exhibit E, the $27,991,281, and it is that was the original amount requested. In the amendments, I'm trying to pull up the amendments right now that were distributed. I want to make sure I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at. Hold on, I apologize. Let me find the right document. Yeah, the amount on Exhibit E is the amount being the amended amount of $31,507,369. So those are the two amounts that you know, the original amount and the proposed amended amount. And there was a typo, and that was my mistake on the total number of projects. Whenever you list the total number of projects, sometimes it backfires. So there was a mistake. We put too many projects. There was more projects listed in the number than there actually were. So we made that correction for the total number of projects. And Delegate Freeland, thank you for your comments. You know, that's just, you know, as I mentioned before, that's how NTUA does the electric rates. We haven't had an increase in 13 years, and you know, we don't intend to have that. Even with the closure of a big customer through Peabody, we're able to make certain strategic decisions. You know, whenever you lose a large customer like Peabody, where they take a majority of your load and a majority of your profit, it's difficult to offset that big loss of a big customer and all the losses related to the coal mine closure. But we were able to strategically place ourselves in a position where we didn't have to increase our rates. So, you know, we're happy about that, and we'll continue to strive to not raise those rates as much as we can. So thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to the floor. Honorable Alma Brigade, I'm in the queue. On Amendment 1.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that, Speaker. Hello, the members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Hello, back to Ross. Good afternoon to you, sir. And then your NTA team there. Hello, Charles Noon, for your amendment number 1. I think my question goes to Arash again, saying that there's a lot of things that like the Navajo Nation gave a lot of fundings. I don't know how much money was given to you from these fundings, and then also through sales funds and permit trust funds and with the CARES fundings too. Sometimes you think about it, is that I know that you guys say that you guys are nonprofit and you guys don't make money, but still you guys make money, and that's the thing that we don't we don't you don't show us how much profit that this is made. Like if we give you this 20 right now, we can give you $37 million again, and how much is it gonna be profit? You know that you do that, but the reason why is that you know that you guys say that it's for the people, and you guys are a non-profit. But I think my question goes to is that on this broadband, that I told you that that there was a negotiation that we were going to make it to where I was going to sponsor that legislation, but you told me that I guess you went with Mr. Daniels. But my thing about it right now is that with this broadband, you told me that you just answered me that you're saying that you are the lead applicant to this NTIA proposal, and you don't make the decision. But when we went before you, we had that meeting, you were asking us all these questions and technical questions, which was already given to you, and it was already in that design build plan. All the technical stuff that you guys were asking was all in there, but somebody was not even looking at it, or you guys don't understand this Aquila's technical work that they were doing. So we're kind of thinking that, so are you guys going to make us be part of this grant or not? Are you going to help us for this community? And it seems that today, right now, you're saying that you are not making that decision. But telecommunication regulatory from Mr. Vicente was telling us that it's going to be up to NTUA. Now you're saying that you're not the decision making on this. So who is it? Tomorrow's a deadline, or tomorrow's a deadline, and we're not sure if we're part of it, and we're gonna miss this opportunity. And it's so hard to work with you. Like I said, we want this information a long time ago. We would have made that on our own back in October. It's kind of question, but you guys are not giving us any answer back. So right now we're at the last minute now. We're asking you again. So now you want the Navajo Nation's money again, the Navajo people's money. So that's kind of really ridiculous to us. How are you going to help these people? You guys are the public service to these people. You're not doing that. So that's what regarding this money that we're going to give some money to you again for benefiting our people. But I want to know how much this money will be given to the people, how much you will be profiting. And so that's my question. And on this broadband too, one question I want to ask you right now is that, so when are you going to do the last mile on this broadband in this the District 7 area, and or for the whole Navajo Nation? You're just doing the middle line that you guys are talking about. You're not sharing the whole information to the people. You're talking about the middle line, and you're not talking about the end of the last mile when they're going to be getting it. You're not giving us that answer. Maybe you could give us the answer now. Thank you, Speaker. Here's my question.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions to go to Honorable Keon Begay, then Honorable Eugene Zoe? Honorable Keon Begay, then I'll go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton for response on Amendment 1. Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, good afternoon. Kodo, I guess on behalf of the amendment, nobody's really questioning that amendment. Thought I'd just go ahead and pose a question as well. But Kodo broadband internet by your ticket, maybe a good timing to have Mr. Vicente come in or join on the line and provide us a copy what will be submitted on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Rather than saying the upper funding replenishment, maybe the funding that will be coming from a different funding source could be included in this language. Maybe since this is going to the council from now until then, maybe add on whatever funding will be submitted tomorrow, and those are the critical areas based on Lindiki be mimit the door nislo based on the high the nota the door nislo go that up on that Johnson needed there was another area doesn't have cell service. No, but yet I think those are communities would need to be a priority for us to establish these internet service or cell service. Haban certification and the NTUA. Again, I'm just backing off on a lot of these questions that were posed by some of my colleagues. Kodo that the Ahaki, Kodo the source Liniki, based on Liniki, all the George Chito Inc. Kodo needed brother Yahamat, the never base of the no. A coco ni hit all the epic at Nayego with Chen has to hit all the other. Public Hakuil, and the Dia, Liniki, out on the dot Ashiki. A coco Benashiko Kodo, a digida, Kodo, Mr. Vicenti's office stand his chahot ado, and then provide us a copy. A other not so again his holia, go a baby, Nashi, later council session, out on the Hebe limit that they don't listen so additional. Now, another area, Shanantano Lindiki, another area is we had a call from Kodo Resource Development Committee with another carrier, Cellular One. They made an agreement to expedite a FirstNet program on the Navajo Nation. And there was an agreement made between the President's office and the Cellular One carrier. But as of today, it's at a standstill because Kojud Ajbahun Hatniniki HOA Kojud Land Department somehow is standing their ground that they need to follow the process, which is understandable. But what aimed at I guess the question is to NTUA, will you have you won't have a problem establishing these cell towers in these communities with this funding? It takes about a year or 2 years just to get the right of way. Unless NTU is being, I guess, getting some preference or treatment in this particular process, because cell carriers are wanting to come onto the Navajo Nation, but a lot of times they give up just because of the internal process. It takes long. Cell service in Liniki, teams to adult Nishwin Sinagi, at the old the hot. Ado Kodo, the Krigushi legislation Kodosa send English to the Office of Legislative Council. Big cell towers, carriers, companies than Liniki that wants to do business on the Navajo Nation. You know, you talk about almost 5 or 6 major carriers. we're going to have almost about an average about 5 different towers in each community. Akoko halit actually sit na be hope Washington to pay so ben ha jos but to other kade o hotel ne. Akoko be has ani that pista has so ko ponet za. One prime example for me, for one of my chapters, there's a COW in Low Mountain. Akoko Ajitobe that the only the NTUA customers are able to have access. So no by yet here. Ako Bahnight Kito 11 na 8 Koto other carriers, the cell phone that in the Jotashnint a Jota Aj in internally to base that after these roaming agreement the Daliela. Ako ot ant handit aden aha or zero and they should need or ask your cut or ask those people to switch to NTUA and they should need. Ako aki git ni gon see case. Is that the intent? Kodo dik at NTUA, even though that you guys are enterprise of the Navajo Nation, will it be a domination on the Navajo Nation where later on that phone companies or cell phone price that's a year when it's on later on legislation maybe I'll ask legislative council speaker legislative council maybe another amendment to this legislation that if they are receiving these funding, that they within 30 days that they got to get into an agreement for roaming agreement. Although if the cell towers are already established in these communities, then other carriers that want to do establish service in the other areas where they don't have cell towers, but maybe Cell One or NTUA already has a tower, maybe implement that they got to have co-location within 30 days or 60 days once they get their cell tower established. One company is going through the whole process, another company is going through the whole process, another company is going through the whole process. Or do I still need to push to get this legislation out of legislative council as a separate legislation? Amendment so if not, that could be done over the Navajo Nation Council session. That I think that if any company is asking for any funding, the public funding, UUFB, Citizen, Opera, CARES funding, and whatever, everything that they're getting funding, that they got to go into roaming agreement immediately and put co-location on these towers across the Navajo Nation. Otherwise, we'll have zillions of towers on the Navajo Nation by too many companies. Recommend speaker. So this I could Shadin Anagi but I'll go have probably a additional question on the main motion, Chairman.
So on Naabik'íyáti, you're not doing any recommendation at this time. You're just stating what you could possibly have at council session. So there's no request to modify at this time. Because you indicated that there could be a request. So are you requesting to modify at this time?
Speaker, Chairman, I believe that it could be best if it's a separate amendment
with a proper language to be developed by Legislative Council. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, we'll wait for that amendment. Moving on down then. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. I apologize for interrupting. I was just going to state that Delegate Keelan-Begay's amendment will be a little complex. My recommendation would be that we develop, if he chooses to pursue it, that we develop that recommendation for council. And when we develop it, that we meet not only with Delegate Begay, but with probably Chris Vicente, who's or someone with a lot of broadband expertise for the nation. Thank you, Speaker. And once again, my apologies for interrupting.
Okay, thank you. With that, it looks like we need to have a meeting prior to council sessions, preferably sometime this week before Thursday, Honorable Keelan-Begay, maybe tomorrow or Thursday. So if you could send your times to not only Chief of Staff, but Ms. Barbara, when you're available, then we can confirm with that. Yeah. That, moving on down. Honorable Eugene So. On Amendment 1.
Oh, okay. I should use Amendment 1. I did album sort open just case explanation 63,128. Should I get the message up with this amendment on this proposal amendment 1, 63,128 for improvement of electrical distribution improvement. Why was I branded out not to be in help for my people over there? So do I vote red or green on it? If amendment comes up, it looks like there's a few in there that got all striped out too, some of the other council delegates. Any explanation why I was struck out? Thank you.
Thank you. That, any other comments or questions, colleagues? Honorable Freeland?
Speaker, put me in the queue. Delegate Daniel So.
Honorable Freeland? Honorable Chairman Daniel So, I put you in the queue. Honorable Freeland going twice. Honorable Freeland going 3 times. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours. Then I'll go back to Madam Chair Charles Levin.
Thank you. Speaker, other colleagues, Naabik'íyáti Committee, Otto Siyaza, Honorable Chair Charles Newton, Otto Arash with NTUA. There was the legislation and the amendment talks about projects across the Navajo Nation. But that aspect of equity is not uniform. The aspect where you described funds going to Continental Co-op, Amos Mountain Electric, Socorro Utilities, Farmington Utilities. that's not part of the written legislation. This was, in my view, a commercial to gain support for the legislation. I would request a written document to attest to what you stated about giving monies to these other electrical service providers that are outside of NTUA electrical power grid. That would be my request. As a Charles Newton, if we could make that as part of a request on this amendment, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, let me go back to you, Madam Chair, Charles. Is there some questions back to your sponsor or your agent?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions, the comments, and the concerns, and also for pointing out some of the missing documents. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Arash at this time, my agent.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, Delegate Elmer Begay, Delegate Keelan Begay, and Delegate Daniel. So thank you for your questions, comments, and concerns. I think the first question was from Delegate Begay about costs and, NTUA and receiving funds from the nation, and, the fact that, NTUA is an enterprise of the nation, was created by the Navajo Nation. When we say we're a not-for-profit enterprise, that's in the plan of operation. We don't have a choice but to operate that way. When we say we're a not-for-profit enterprise, we don't have shareholders or, stockholders who get any type of profit at the end of the year at some point. So the profits go back into the utility to support the utility. That's really how that's how our plan of operation works. That was created by the Navajo Nation Council in 1959 and has been amended through the years. We operate as a not-for-profit pursuant to the wishes of the Navajo Nation, and we continue to do so. As far as funding in certain areas, as an example, with the CARES Act, NTUA was awarded $147 million for the CARES Act. Of that money, NTUA spent approximately $78 million, and NTUA returned approximately $71 million to the Navajo Nation Hardship Fund. So we didn't keep all those funding. All the funding that we did spend, we had to report that through the Navajo Nation, through the Office of the Controller, Office of Management Budget, and we had to get a clean report back for under the reporting requirements, and then we had to go through our own audit with KPMG. So we've done all that. As I mentioned before, we spent about a little over $77 million, and we returned about $70 million back to the Navajo Nation Hardship Fund. Another thing about the Navajo Nation, about the CARES Act is the CARES Act, under the CARES Act, only direct costs are eligible, which means that indirect costs, which is overhead, is not eligible for reimbursement or is not eligible to be used for CARES Act. So essentially what we did with the CARES Act, it was essentially, equipment, labor, materials, all the basic necessities is what we're able to get reimbursed for, get paid for through the CARES Act. So when we talk about profit under the CARES Act, NTUA didn't profit much at all under the CARES Act because we didn't have an overhead component of that. We did develop customers, I will say that, but we didn't, it wasn't like a profit-making expedition as far as the actual build-outs of the projects. We do have the CSN water loans that we have with the Navajo Nation. So instead of having a grant with the nation, we actually have money. We actually have loans through the Navajo Nation under the CSN. But we actually pay back the nation for those water projects, their loans. We pay back those loans with interest. And then we have the CSN grants as well. So there's various funding sources. And, like I said, we're appreciative of the Navajo Nation for partnering with NTUA and entrusting us with some of these funds. And on behalf of the nation, we are appreciative of that relationship. As far as the District 7 project overall, I just want to say that, we have met with the Aquila Cube team. I would say I've been on at least 6 calls, and, Delegate Begay, and, I don't know, you've been on some of those calls too. That project is unique. I don't want to specify, the details of that project, but it's a unique project. It's not a straightforward project, but, we'll continue to meet. We just met last week, and we'll continue to meet on the project to try to see if we can come up with some type of, solution to that question. As far as the NTIA questions are concerned, I will defer those to NNTRC. As I mentioned before, and I'll mention again, NTUA does not select the projects. We're the applicant. We don't have the authority to select the projects. That is a function of the nation and not NTUA. With Delegate Keelan Begay, thank you for your comments once again, and we look forward to looking at the proposed amendments. So I think I'll just wait to respond to anything in particular on that until we look at the proposed amendments, and then I'd be more appropriate to respond to those questions overall. Just one comment is the preference for NTUA. We go through the process that's laid out, just like we always do. And as far as I'm concerned, we don't have any preference overall. So we don't have some type of executive order or something like that would allow us to skip the process as far as I'm concerned. So maybe we do, but I'm not aware of anything. And then Delegate Daniel, so thank you for your comments. What we tried to do on the question that you raised regarding the documenting and memorializing the language that the neighboring utilities will be eligible to receive the funds or will collaborate with NTUA. We did put specific language on Exhibit C, which is page 5 of the document, which is a part of the legislation. And it says, and I'll just read it specifically, it's an *1. The funding in this category allows NTUA and neighboring utilities, i.e. CDC, JMEC, Socorro, APS, PNM, City of Pharmacy, etc., to connect Navajo families to the electric grid. NTUA or the neighboring utilities will retain ownership of the utility assets that were constructed using the awarded funds. So we took the same language that was approved by Office of Legislative Counsel under the CARES Act, and we inserted that into this legislation, and it served its purpose. So we just we didn't want to recreate the wheel, so we put it similar to what we did with the CARES Act. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on down, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? I don't have anybody else in the queue on Amendment 1. Going twice. Going 3 times. The board on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr.
Delegate Keelan votes green.
Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown
votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knutspach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutspach-Crotty via text votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green. This is Daniel.
Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Canal Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote.
Honorable
Jamie
Green.
Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Kenny was red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate as votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Hello? I'm trying to vote green if you can hear me. This is Delegate Slater.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 14 in favor, 7 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 14 in favor, 7 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries on amendment number 1. With that, we are back at the main motion. If you're just joining us, I'll just give a recap, colleagues. We are on new business item number A, legislation 0113-21, sponsored by Honorable Daniels, co-sponsored by myself, Seth Damon. This legislation is an action related to resource and development, budget and finance, Naabik'íyáti committee, and then ultimately goes on to the Navajo Nation Council. So appropriating $27.9 million. And in this case now, there was an amendment that was passed that changed it to 30.2. Oh, $31,507,369. And the CSN funds for the NTUA for the completion of 2,693 utility projects across the Navajo Nation. Approving the NTUA 693 project expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC subsection 2501 through 2508. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue on the main motion. Is there any comments on the main motion?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Harris.
All right, that Honorable Eugene So, and then Honorable Eugene So, and then Madam Chair Charles Owen on the main motion. Honorable Eugene So.
Great, oh my gosh, it's not shot. So I should say.
Oh.
Hey, never know that. Then the dash keeps me so you see it, you know, so. Up, biggie, up, biggie. Regards to rock band, the way to a replacement yard, as that's the name exhibit. As I propose for two, one in Del Muerto and one in Spider Rock, to get the kids in that area for their education. Eight of a car, even not a crab and not just kid all this. How is it not shovel ready or is it going to be in the ARPA fund? I don't need I should not have so doggy so ARPA shouldn't. I don't credit in NTA then read. Now Shande, I found a book that says they gave me a book that says NTA is getting funds from the USDA. I think it was rural development. If I'm wrong, let me know. So and now I heard that it's a loan, the HR loan, or is it us something on the in regards to the farm bill. Equip funded. It has a heady that to your spend so yeah, quick a when I just kid. I don't in regards to the I don't know if that was included was the main line, Rachel Loyan T Asiabat Skilon T your business area of a car has the Shahut team but Saint Joe or Sister Shneen. It has it was I says on some tape and see the exhibits. It quite a just kid all this speaker reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. We are in Naabik'íyáti committee. We don't, you don't need to reserve your time, Honorable Eugene So. With that, let me go back to Madam Chair Charles Nguyen, and then we'll return back to the sponsor for response. Honorable Daniels, be ready. Madam Chair Charles Nguyen.
Thank you, Speaker. So I know I did bring up a question, and I will ask the same question again, but can you send me your answer in writing with a breakdown of what projects were invested in with the income debt ceiling, I guess the increase that was done? That was my first question. My second question is, you made a statement, you said that NQA didn't profit as much with the CARES or something along those lines. I'd like to ask, how much did NQA profit from CARES? I know that you said that there were some customers, new customers who were added to the line. And so I'm hoping that that's what you meant by the profit. But if you're a nonprofit, how can you then turn around and say that you are profiting? And so I guess maybe I just need a little bit of clarification on that. And then in terms of requesting funding, again, if you can just try to convince me as to why I should vote green for this legislation. Again, I understand that people are getting electricity, water, but I think in terms of, Shiprock, I know that Shiprock didn't benefit from the CARES projects that NQA and NECA was doing. We do have people in need in the Shiprock community, but I'm thankful that other Navajo families were able to get electricity and water. However, I am a little bit concerned And I know that we have had this discussion of, about the families that are in need of bathroom additions, and then of course the families that need water in the Shiprock community. And so I guess I'm just a little bit, I'm a little bit hesitant and weary at this point, because I feel like, Shiprock hasn't received much help. We have a broadband, we have the fiber lines that are going through Shiprock community, and yet our students are suffering from not having connection. If you truly were working for the Navajo people and truly were working for Navajo children, I think that something should have been done where you would have allowed families to be able to tap into that fiber optic line to, have access to broadband. I know that you guys did offer broadband. I think at one point, I never really got clarification on that, but there was places that you opened up that you allowed students to go to. But, that broadband, that fiber optic line that's going through Shiprock, and I know it runs up along 491, so there's other delegates that could have benefited from that, with their kids and the ones who are in school who needed that broadband access. And I did ask at one point, I do recall back in 2019, I asked the question, who owns that fiber optic line? And you said NTUA owned it. And I corrected you and I said, no, the people own the fiber optic line. So I want to know, with the fiber optic line that's there in Shiprock, how many people have accessed it? What are we looking at in terms of cost? What does it cost our students to tap into that line to complete projects or actually to complete schoolwork? So again, I'm a little bit hesitant in giving NTUA more money. And so please, if you can just explain to me why I should vote green, and explain to me how you are truly helping the Navajo people, then maybe that will help me to vote green with this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me go back to Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels, for response to Honorable Eugene So and Madam Chair Charles Owen.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Naabik'íyáti committee members, colleagues, yeah, we're on the main motion. Delegate Eugene So, you had 3 questions, and also Chairwoman Charles Newton. So, I'm going to refer this to my agent, so he can answer some of the questions that are being posed, Mr. Chair. So at this time, I'm going to give some time to Mr. Nolini. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate Daniels, Delegate Eugene So, and Madam Chair Charles Newton. I'll go to Madam Chair Charles Newton's questions first, because if it's okay, Valina Sosi, General Manager for NTUA Choice Wireless, is on the line, and she could answer Delegate So's question. So I'll first answer Delegate Charles Newton's questions as well as I can, and provide some clarification on some of my responses from previous. The breakdown, the first question is regarding the breakdown of investments since the debt ceiling legislation was passed. I will work with our finance and accounting team to give a summary of that information, and we can schedule, a private meeting, but some of it may be proprietary, but I can work on that with our finance and accounting team to make sure that we provide a written response or some type of a response to best answer your question on the debt ceiling question. On the question about profit, you're right. I didn't want to mislead the leadership or members who are listening. What I meant by my comment about the profit question is, we don't profit off of the construction of the project. And I know many people might believe that, since you pay a utility bill, that money is necessarily profits. Well, that money is how you develop the rates. So essentially, to pay for the operation, maintenance, and replacement of the system, that's how we capture the cost to do that. So we don't. There's not a profit component of that. It's just the OM&R is what we call it. When a customer pays its bills, I know customers may think that that money is all goes into the pockets of NTUA, and that's how we do our make more money or do whatever we do. But that money goes into the operation, maintenance, and replacement of the system to maintain the system as a whole. On the questions of the benefits to, and I'm sure other delegates have these same questions. We talk about this is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation, and you might not see some of your projects. We try to be as transparent as possible by identifying it by delegate, by chapter, and in a brief project description. We're not trying to hide the information there, but at the same time, for especially with the CARES Act, with ARPA, and with any type of current funding, many of the electric connections, many of the off-grid solar units, and many of the water line extensions are Navajo homes that have not been identified yet. What I mean by that is we essentially have slots open. So we anticipate and we expect to connect 420 Navajo homes to the electric grid with this funding. Just as we connected 737 homes through the CARES Act. Through the CARES Act, we didn't identify 737 homes when we received the funding. What we did is we had open slots, and as people applied and qualified, then we filled that slot with that home. So we're doing the same thing where essentially, NTUA has an open application right now for individuals who don't have water, who don't have access to wastewater, who don't have access to electricity. They can go into the district offices and fill out applications. We've met and we're trying to encourage leadership to tell their community members to go in and apply for these services. And so there are open opportunities for your community members who don't have access to water, wastewater, and electricity, as long as they qualify. Now, of course, that's the one question, there's qualifying factors. Some of that, I'll be honest with you, is out of our control. If the nation requires a home site lease and an individual comes in without a home site lease, we cannot break the law and say, we're going to approve your application. That's something that the nation, that's the nation law. We have to abide by that. So, there's certain, things that make some individuals not qualified, but that is out of our control. So, my response is there's opportunities for additional connections, which I think is actually the most valuable projects on this whole listing. The water line connections, the wastewater, connections, the electric connections, the off-grid solar units. I think those are the most valuable projects, in my opinion, because that provides a direct utility to a home. And most of those projects are projects that in some way, shape, or form have not been identified. Many of them are open slots. So it can easily be where, a certain community may fill up their project listing quite a bit if they have many community members who, qualify and they're on the list. So I just wanted to make that point. I don't know if I need to, like I said, my job is just to represent NTUA and provide the opportunities for connections to, for Navajo homes. And, this is the proposal that we provided working with Delegate Daniels. So with that, I'll turn it, if it's okay, Speaker Damon, to turn it over to Ms. Selena Sosi.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, Arash?
Yes.
Others?
Ms. Sosi,
Okay,
go ahead.
thank you, Arash. Thank you, Arash. Thank you, Speaker Damon. And Delegate Eugene So, thank you for your question as well. So we do have Dalmerto and Spider Rock's tower sites, new builds with the RAN equipment for internet services and voice services. We do have that in the ARPA funding for year 2. So we do have those 2 sites. One thing we were trying to do with Dalmerto was to include Ram Pasture community, but we received a separate legislation for that area. So we also have that in the ARPA funding as well. So I hope that answers your question, Delegate. So thank you, Arash.
Thank you. And Speaker Damon, I did forget to answer one of Madam Chair Charles Duke's questions about the fiber.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, the question was about access to the community members for fiber. What we've done is we've kind of taken the next step in the whole process of broadband. In our American Rescue Plan Act proposal, we have identified funds for fiber to the home. So essentially what that is that's a direct access to a home. Fiber, a home would have direct access to fiber. So with fiber, you'll have faster speed, more capacity, and just a better overall product. Valina can speak about the specifics of fiber to the home as far as a better service, but that's the next step we're looking at. We're trying to focus within the ARPA proposal, we're focusing on clusters of homes, such as NHA homes. That's what we're focusing on first. And then we're trying to develop that whole pilot project to provide fiber to the home to different areas and communities. So I just wanted to mention that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels, does that conclude your response?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity for the data. Yeah, I today here with this legislation 0113-21. When you look at the exhibits, when you look at the exhibits, with water and wastewater, there's with mine, there's nothing on there. So these are the and some areas I don't have projects on this legislation, but so if you could have so I don't know with broadband again. There's ARPA now that year 2. Some of the projects are being is going to be funded with Eugene. So could you have the NTU in potential so I see not good idea to help our constituents on the Navajo Nation with electricity and water. So I think Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, well, Honorable Daniels, for that response to members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Let me go back to the floor for to the queue. We do have I have Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours. On the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Nana. Citado, Mr. Daniel, Nana. Arash, and then I think I heard Shamada Valina, Sophie, so for broadband, or the Choice Wireless CEO, not that, so my question goes to Arash and Valina. I know that I asked for when you guys can get to this broadband, that the money was given to you through CARES, out of some money that you're asking again. I know that you mentioned that we need broadband needs electricity and water needs electricity to have a water availability to these homes. And then I understand that that the main infrastructures, the main systems of these where it needs like booster and then like even substation. I understand that to have it, but right now I asked you a question, nobody answered. The last mile of this broadband. When you can get to that, you guys say that it's going to be serving unserved and underserved community. Is in this my District 7, which one is unserved and underserved community? When you can get to? Can you give me a schedule the time when you can get to that? If you can be using my community, when you can get to that, maybe I can get it in writing, or we can say that here, $1,000. Right now, like I said, that this fiber optic that we're talking about is it's just going along these already the main line that is coming in from Burnside to Greasewood. It's in there, and then goes from to Greasewood to Indian Wells again. Then from there, Indian Wells to Dalcon again. Right now, it's just passed through Dalcon again. It's going towards Bird Spring. It's not even connecting to one of all these communities. Like from there, all the way from Burnside, all the way to Dalcon, not passing through. It's just you can see it. It's under there. If somebody could just look at it, stop and say, where's this line going through? It'll be it's just going through right now. Like I said, you guys are changing poles from your upgrading from a single phase to 3-phase line now. All these monies that you guys got, this is increasing your source. It has in it because that there's a future somewhere with this IXS money given for this hospital, and giving this money from there, and to get a water line from Loop to Dalcon, and this you're increasing this your power. Alcohol under there is just this fiber optic is just going through under part of it with it. So right now, if Jeanette, what are you going to connect to these people? I know that somewhere next year, somewhere 4 years from here, you can ask Navajo Nation money. Say, hey, we're going to connect to these people, this family here. We need this much money. Right now, you're just getting ready for the main source to get to from Bird Spring to Dalcon. So in that through that, when is going to be the last mile we can give to the people in my community? I want an answer. Right now, with this electric too. My second question is right now. You know that we have a hospital here, and you guys are building a substation, and that substation is, according to my knowledge, is 69 kV slash 115 kV substation, and we only have 3-phase line that's running from Burns from Indian Wells to Dalcon. So, but you guys are building this 115 kV substation. We don't have no 115 kV here. It hasn't get to here yet. The substation that we're getting from Dalcon is Indian Wells, which is 115 609 kV. But the 609 that we're getting is only from Burnside to Indian Wells, but there's no 115. But the only 115 that we're getting is from Sabanito to Burnside. There's 115, but it's been shared with Chinle and Dalcon. Okay, you guys are building all this substation with all these monies that you guys getting, and that's what I mean by we don't even see any power line, single phase going through these people right now. But you guys are increasing all this. We don't even have any 115 yet, but it's gonna be a. How long are you gonna? What's your estimate? When are you gonna get 115 in Dalcon area? If you can be building a substation, 115 substation in Dalcon, when's that gonna be? It's just like you guys don't know too. You have to go, and Ross can answer this. I asked him this before, and we had to have an engineer, electrician somewhere to answer these. So that's my two questions that I have for you, NTA. Speaker, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. With that, let me go to Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, good afternoon, each one of you. Chair, Speaker Damon, Arashanat Anik, Shanat Atum for Councilman. I just want to say thanks to NTA, Arash Malami, and your team. I think we're blessed with this funds to take care of these legislation that was brought before us right now. Mr. Herman Daniel, yeah, sorry. I see you. Just leave out the peso. I see I've been yet hot on that peso. Even in I I'll say thanks in TA to use this fund so we can cover a lot our needs in Navajo nations like power lines, anything to do with the relate to this $27 million. I want to make short speech here. Let's work, less speech, less talk, and let's work and take care of the business. NTA. See, I'm not based on the I don't know. You didn't need something for that. Evening, let's take advantage. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And each one of you, my colleagues. What about this? Yeah. Thanks for the floor. Speaker, go back on mute now.
That, we go back to Honorable Daniels. I think there's a question to your agent, Arash. Floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much again. So I'm going to refer those questions to Mr. Malini Rush. Thank you.
Sure. Yes. Thank you, Delegate Elmer Begay and Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Thank you for the comments and concerns. Delegate Begay, regarding your question regarding the 115 kV, I don't have all the answers, so I'm going to have to get back with my technical team on that. We can provide a response, and obviously we'll provide a timely response to you on that question. I know we discussed it, but I want to make sure that I have my technical team or the NTUA technical team. They respond in writing to you on that. And then on the last mile question, I will defer to Valina Sosi first. But I just want to say to Delegate Yellowhair, thank you for your supporting words in this legislation and our endeavors. So Speaker Damon, if it's okay, I'd like to have Valina Sosi answer the second question regarding the last mile.
Thank you, Arash. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Delegate. To answer the question regarding the last mile, we do have the last mile services for internet and voice in the community of Delcon. We also have it in the surrounding areas, Teasdale, Indian Wells. Some areas we have that cover include booths. We also have 3 housing complexes identified for fiber to the home. And that's going to be part of the ARPA and will require right-of-way access to those complexes. And, obtaining those right away would be a challenge. So we have those identified in year 2 and year 3. So we do have housing identified for the fiber to the home program, and that will be part of our last mile offer. Now, in terms of tower build outs, I do have a few listed under your chapter houses, and I can go through that list. For year 3 under ARPA, we do have the white cone new tower build out as well as the fiber build out. We do have the T-Still upgrade included in that as well. And I'm going to jump over to year 2. We do have the Delcon new tower for Castle Butte area, and as well as Little Singer, Bird Springs. So those are both fiber builds, as well as fiber build to the Castle Butte area. And again, we do have 3 complexes identified in the Delcon area and 1 complex identified in the Indian Wells community. So those will all be receiving fiber to the home once ARPA is approved. So we do have several projects. And thank you for your question, Delegate Begay. I'd be happy to set some time aside and go through these projects with you and areas that we've identified. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Arash.
Thank you. That, Honorable Daniels, does that conclude your response?
Speaker's chair,
Yes,
me
sir.
again.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Chair. Here.
Thank you. That, Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Yeah, give me the floor, the chair. Speaker. Also not this way. Any 70 to it veterans are there who want money. Are they taking care of water? They need potable water over there. Also, I wonder if the NTA did advertise or maybe needs to be advertised. There's a lot of folks out there living in the area that had a restroom, but it's not that home. And some of these folks, they also have water back in the 60s. It's actually, that's not as mid. So I was wondering if they could advertise, they can help those people out too. They don't have the money to refix their restroom. Some of them, some water bust or something happened in there, or it won't flush no more, etc. They didn't have the money, so they just don't repair it. I was hoping that they would advertise so people can come around and they can go out and check it out and see how much it will cost, and then put all those in their projects. Upon this case, Speaker should say, though, I didn't have in cases. Thanks. Thank you.
Delegate James, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, Honorable James, I'll put you in the queue. Is there any other comments, questions? I can go to Honorable James at this time. Actually, sorry. Honorable James. We are on the main motion, Honorable James.
Okay, thank you. Another speaker. Ado, Chair Kahasing. So I just want to make this really quick in regards to an email that I sent out to my colleagues. And this is coming from Melissa James indicating on social media, and these are probably similar situations that our people go through throughout the Navajo Nation that get services provided by NTUA. And it's been indicated that going on to 8 years without water. So I made my own cistern system so we don't have to carry buckets of water or build an outhouse. I have applied for the NTUA water project, which keeps getting denied and denying me because of missing paperwork that I have submitted many times. And it's not getting to the right person. Too many hoops to jump through. But I'm so close. I got electricity a year ago, which was so awesome. So I'm assuming that with my constituents, if one of them is posting this on social media, it is also indicating, that there's probably many more that are in the same situation as her. And we as leaders of our communities, of our chapters, we bring this up to NTUA, we bring these up to the upper management, CEOs, managers, and CEOs, but we continue to be told or to be known as, oh, you guys are probably making that up. You guys are making those things up. And so, I know there's others that have hit on social media while you're doing your presentation. And when it comes down to it, how is it that we're going to resolve these issues if, one, paperworks are not going to the correct person, and two is when you're not working to the full capacity of being fully staffed? What kind of definite answer do we have from you to provide us that these individuals that are listed, these communities that are listed, will get those services? And number three is that I know that there's funds that will be forwarded to you again, just as like my other colleagues have stated. You'll be asking for more funding. And so I come down to it, and it's just like, when is it that we're going to actually make these accomplishments within the district? And I keep bringing up the issue that Ganado is one of the primary water source that is being provided to many communities in all directions, north of Ganado, east of Ganado, south of Ganado, west of Ganado, practically going all the way down to Sanders, up to Summit, into Nuzlini, into Jedito, White Cone, and all the way to Delcon, and all those communities in between. And we still yet have many homes in Ganado that don't have running water. As I read a post that was made on social media earlier. And I don't know when I'm going to start believing you guys, because, you know, we have homes here in Ganado where the well, 2 new wells have been installed, water pump wells. And within 1 mile radius, you have many homes of those new wells that were installed that still don't have running water. But yet, we're taking water all the way down to Delcon. We're working that and making that a priority. When are we going to make it a priority to assist those homes that have no running water right next to the new water well pumps? And so it's very interesting that we get all of these promises and all of this picture drawn really good for us. And and so forth down the line, but actually behind that picture that's drawn, that you're providing us all this great information, it's like we're still in the third world. And I have families in that situation. I have family going through that problem. Many families now for homes that are in that situation, and I know my colleagues are in the same situation as well, but I don't know if they're in the same situation where they have many homes that are right around their water pump that don't have running water, and you're just bypassing them. And so I brought this up many times, and I will continue to bring it up, just like my Honorable Kiel and Begay says. I will continue to put it on record and make it known. And that's just unfortunately that I have to have my constituents go through all of this issue and just watch the water being driven right next to them, and then right in their backyard and their front yard, and they're thinking that, oh, we're going to get water line, but nope. It's going down to Sanders, it's going down to Delcon, Greasewood, and Southwest region. And so I really don't know when you guys are going to help us. And I'll continue to not believe the story that you guys tried to share with us, but I've been at this for almost over 12 years now. Before I became a delegate, I was a Ganado chapter president, and I was trying to advocate then as well. I advocated for you guys to those grazing permit holders where the new water well pumps have been installed. We did our best. We got it, but at that time there was all indication that, the current water pump has reached a capacity, so we can't add on new homes. So we use that information to these grazing permit holders, thinking that their grandkids, their children that have built homes will get running water, but we just got slapped in the face and it's being taken elsewhere. And so when is it that you're going to assist us here in Ganado? When is it that we're just going to stop driving the construction past these homes that don't have running water? And those families continue to go to the chapter house. When the chapter house is closed, they have no choice but to go to Gallup, New Mexico and get water. And so I really don't know unless you have family that are actually living next to you trying to cry out for help that we need running water. Why is the water line just going by us? I thought we were getting water. Maybe it'll change until we have somebody in your positions and in these upper management positions that have actually gone through a living of having no running water, that have experience of hauling water. Maybe then it will change. I really don't know, but I'm trying to find what kind of confidence that I have in you guys to get these homes that don't have running water, that are along the water line pump, the new water line pumps, to get running water. And so you have people out there that are actually doing their own water line. Besides her, there's another family that installed their own water line. They cried out to NTUA for so many years, and they decided just to dig the trench themselves and do it themselves, rent their own small little backhoe from Home Depot in Gallup, and they went on it. And that's how they got running water. And their response was, hey, you know what, we didn't hear from NTUA, so why should we tell them what we're going to tap onto this water line pipe? So I'm just telling you guys right now that if you get caught, there's some consequences, but Eventually, they didn't get caught, and now they have running water. And so I have another family in that same situation. How they did it, how they turned off the water and tapped onto it, beats me. I have no idea, but you have families that are out there doing that because there's no collaboration effort from NTUA to address their needs. So, and then, I don't know, for me, it's like I've been trying to ask for $2.6 million from the citizen funds for Granada Fire District, but I don't have the support, so I'll be surprised if this goes through again. Maybe it's me, maybe it's my district that there's something wrong with us. Maybe we're different, I don't know, but I'll be really surprised if this legislation goes through again. And I've been trying to ask for $2.6 million for Granada Fire District, but I ain't getting anywhere. I don't have the support besides my knowledge, Junior Charles Newton. So I'll be surprised if this goes through again. But I just wanted to say that, and thank you very much, Speaker, again for giving me the time and making it this long. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable James, for that, those comments.
Shay, can I recorrect myself?
Let me go back to, I'll put you in the queue, Honorable Eugene. So, colleagues, we are on legislation 0113-21 for 3 hours now, just as a FYI. It's coming out at 4:01 p.m. I got Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Eugene So in the queue. Honorable Elmer Begay on the main motion.
Oh, thank you for that, Chairwood Speaker, and Naabik'íyáti Committee. Arod Sentado, Arod Ross and Shimado, Lillian Sosi. Here for a response. I just sent out a email that was sent to me from the community members regarding. I thought we met this on it regarding the light up 3. So I just sent it out. But before I could get into this one, I'd like to extend my appreciation to the people of all the linemen that are on NTA. I know that they've been out there, that during this monsoon, and they've been out there and during the middle of the night. Anytime they're out there trying to light up, trying to re-energize the power. So even though it was really raining and lightning all over the place like that, but most of all, I'd like to say that the extended family that got hurt over back in Montezuma Creek, and I hope the NTA helped these family out. And they got hurt during when they were doing their service there. And I hope that these people are on the line. That these are our own people, our own family members, and that people that got hurt. And it seems like today NTA doesn't really recognize them. Seems like the family are left alone. And the only report that I got from NTA is saying that the people are okay. The workers, they were okay. But as far as I know, that I don't think they were able to come back to work, some of them. So I feel for them. I know how it is being there in that position for this family. So it seems like this is what we're talking about, something very dangerous. And I think the NTA needs to do more to this family. They're not giving us a full information on how these people are, how these workers are. I feel for them. So before I could go further, I wanted to this is what I got from the chapter, saying this is they got the concern, the family that are ready for light up Navajo 3. Seems like that they had to pay $2,500, $1,000 for the service pole, and then the $1,500 to put it meter loop. And if NTA is going to do it, this is how much it's going to cost, $2,500. It seems like it's not free for the people, and this is citizen funds again. It's just what you guys can be charging the people again. If some of these people are living nearby, they're ready for it, but they don't have this. Is this what they're going to be coming out? The people is going to be getting their own funds to come up with this, or the chapter is going to do that again. And so this is my question to this is something I thought we'd talk about this before, and now we're still getting this. This is back in July, and a home in towards Greasewood, and then also in cornfield areas. So I think that's something that we need to talk about, and they're still charging our people for this. So I wanted to, can you maybe NTA Ross, maybe you can go over this letter. Is it really like this? That's my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, then I'll go back to sponsor. Honorable Eugene So?
Should say, I just want to correct myself in regards to the location of the need for potable water, not the veterinarian. I mean, not the veterans, it's the veterinarian. Say Benito. Is there a jurisdiction issue? Jurisdiction that they issued, I don't know if it's off the reservation, but the veterinarian clinic up there is having water problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Turn it back over to the sponsor.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. There's several questions that are being asked by so Delegate Rich James, Delegate Elmer McKay. So I'm going to refer those questions to my agent, Mr. Malini. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Delegate Daniels. Also, thank you to Delegate So, Delegate James, and Delegate Elmer Begay. My understanding on the plumbing issue is that if it's a plumbing issue or bathroom issue, I understand that would be that could be handled by the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development. That's my understanding of who would handle those types of issues. On the actual water to the veterinary, the Say Benito veterinary office, I'll have to defer that to Mr. Kuntz, who's also on the line at the end of my response. Delegate James, as far as your questions regarding access to water, thank you for bringing those issues up. We appreciate it. It's helpful for us at NTUA to understand those issues from the community members. I just wanted to make a comment. As far as this is my understanding, working with the team is that traditionally the responsibility of connecting a home or providing the home with water was an IHS responsibility and function. More recently, through the CARES Act, NTUA began connecting water lines directly to homes. And I may have mistaken that a little bit, but that's my understanding. So through that, we amended the CARES Act to provide water line connections to homes. And we did 30 of those through the CARES Act. And that was kind of the beginning, at least in my tenure, of us providing water to homes directly. So it's something that, we're working on. Mr. Kuntz also has some data as far as some barriers to providing that service to or the applications, and I'll let him speak on that. And then lastly, Delegate Begay, thanks for raising the question on the invoices and the costs. I just wanted to make a point that as of right now, NTUA doesn't have any, we have zero funds, or we've been allocated zero funds to begin any projects at this point. So when I say that, we don't have anything in writing, no contract, no legislation, nothing to begin any project. So all of this is, we're trying to find avenues, and, we come before you as with the proposal to provide these services. We think that, talking to Delegate Daniels and working through this, we think this is a way to provide the services to Navajo homes. But at this point, we don't have any funds. The CARES Act money we gave back, we don't have any, additional funds there. We don't have any additional funds to other sources other than the ones that we've, to our traditional sources. So, we go through business as usual, and that's why we provide those invoices to our customers at this point. Speaker Damon, Mr. Kuntz is on the line. He wanted to provide, if it's okay with you, he'd like to provide some responses to some of the questions as well.
Kuntz.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Honorable Navajo Nation Council members. I just joined a few minutes ago, and as far as water services to any customer, veterans or whatever, veterinarian or whatever, we can go through that process. We just need to get name, number, and contact information so that we can reach out and do feasibility. It shouldn't be a problem if they're within our service territory. I don't know the details there, so we'll reach out to Honorable So and get the detail on that particular project. As far as the homes, I heard Honorable James relate some issues with homes. We've been through that dialogue with Honorable James. Many of those homes are on funded IHS projects, and they're going through the process of clearances. Once they cross that, they're already funded, and they'll be hooked up. The water system improvements were to create capacity so that additional homes could be served in those areas. As far as responding to the needs of the people, we do have restrictions. I think Council has heard many times, issues with rights of way and with home site leases and those requirements. Just as an example, right now we have 1,529 water line applications, and of those 1,529, 378 have a home site lease. So without that home site lease, we're unable to get right away through the Navajo Nation process. So you have 1,151 homes that are basically ineligible because they don't have a home site lease. So we come across those areas where, almost 70% of the homes do not have a lease. And we're finding many of them, have lived there multi-generations, and in some cases, none of them have a home site lease, that they've just always been residents on Navajo and never went through the legal process to get land put in their name. So those are some challenges that we face right now. And I think we've reached out on several occasions to Navajo Nation Council regarding the possibility of relaxing those requirements or to undo those requirements for a home site lease. With the American Recovery Act and the previous CARES Act, there was some language that allowed for some set aside of requirements, and we're asking that our leadership and our legislators consider relaxing those requirements, and that would allow us to be able to reach out to more of these homes. The other thing that we were able to accomplish right towards the end of CARES was the authorization to do as-built right-of-way. And what that allows is for us to do the construction and then to record that afterwards. And, you know, we're going through those processes now. There was negotiation with Land Department to accept an application for a home site, and they would process. And as related in previous meetings, the controversy comes after the fact. These homes are served now from CARES, and the homeowner still does not actually have a home site lease, but had only applied for one. And everybody's trying to understand, you know, who should be the lead to follow up with these individuals to prompt them to finish their process and get the home site lease. So those are complications in our ability to serve. We're more than willing to get out and do the feasibilities and look at the actual physical ability to deliver services, but we do have those restrictions that stop us from moving forward with services. And you know, we've had dialogues, I think, with this council on these same subjects. We are open to, you know, moving forward. We need some assistance on these laws to determine what we can do to possibly relax them or set them aside. But that's a plea that we have with you to open up some of the restrictions so that we're able to deliver those services. And we're working real hard to get applications, to visit homes, to do feasibilities. But as I noted here on the water side, 70% we cannot process. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? On the main motion, legislation 0113-21. Going twice. Going 3 times. This legislation is destined for council. Rico, second reading.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. There's one amendment, amendment number 1 on page 1 at line 13, on page 5 at line 9, on page 6 at line 6, 10, 15, and 29, on page 7 at line 30. Make the following change to the dollar figure shown in each line. Overstrike $27,991,281 and replace with $31,507,369. 2, on page 1 at line 14, on page 6 at line 6, 10, 16, 17, 19, and 26, on page 7 at lines 1, 5, 7, 9, 11, 16, 17, 20, and 28, on page 8 at line 6, make the following change to the figure shown in each line. Overstrike 2,794 and insert 2,693. 3, on page 5, line 28, make the following change to the figure shown. Overstrike 2,085 and insert 2,049. 4, on page 5, line 10, make the following change to the dollar figure shown in line 10. Overstrike $9,073,912 and replace with $12,590,000. 5, remove Exhibit A and replace it with new Exhibit A provided by NTUA. 6, remove Exhibit B, replace it with new Exhibit B provided by NTUA. 7, remove Exhibit C and replace it with new Exhibit C provided by NTUA. 8, remove Exhibit D, replace with new Exhibit D provided by NTUA. 9, remove Exhibit E, replace it with new Exhibit E provided by NTUA. 10, remove Exhibit F and replace it with new Exhibit F by NTUA. 11, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede any language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Also attached to this amendment are new exhibits A through F. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let's vote. Legislation 0113-21 with one amendment.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Gale votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knosok Friday. Honorable Amber Knosok Friday votes free. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pinal Halona. Honorable Pinal Halona. Honorable Pinal Halona does not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene Self. Honorable Charlene Self.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene Self votes green. Honorable Daniel Self. Honorable Daniel Self. Honorable Daniel Self via text votes green. Honorable Eugene Self. Honorable Eugene Self votes red. Honorable Otto Self.
Green all the way.
Honorable Otto Self votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote red. I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Pinal Halona. Honorable Pinal Halona. Honorable Pinal Halona did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Pinal Halona votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. That, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 14 in favor, 7 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. That 14 in favor, 7 opposed. Chair not voting on legislation 0113-21. Motion carries here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Though Navajo Nation Council, this legislation is bound for there. This legislation is a CSN legislation, so it needs 16 votes in order for it to pass there. Moving on down. We are on item number D or B, legislation 0124-21, sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay. Sarika, if you could read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0124-21, an action relating to health, education, and human services, and Naabik'íyáti Committee is reaffirming resolutions NABIN-69-18 and NABI-MY-27-19, requesting the United States Congress and the Biden-Harris administration to establish direct services on the Navajo Nation for Navajo veterans, sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay Jr. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommends it do pass with no amendments. Naabik'íyáti is final authority per Navajo Nation Council. Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0124-21, is there a motion?
Motion by Charles Newton.
I'm sure Charles Newton, is there a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Moving James. That, colleagues, any comments or questions on legislation 0124-21?
I have a question, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Hey, Madam Chair, with that, Honorable Keon Begay, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Chairman, Senado Ado Kodo Shimado Shimalit Kodotkin Ajge Shahnidini on this. The only difference between the previous legislation, resolution, to the first two resolution, the NABI 69-18, NABI 27-19, was just a reinforcement in direct requesting the United States Veterans Administration, and obviously it's not getting anywhere. Legislation 0124-21 is requesting directly to the current president of the United States, the Biden-Harris administration, and the United States Congress, meaning both the U.S. House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate. All 110 chapters go. The Veterans Administration, our local veterans organization. I hate to say this, but majority of them are being neglected to get certain type of service directly from our own Navajo Nation government. I'm sure this particular statement will come back to me one way or another. But again, I will put it on record that, especially for my 5 chapters, to some extent continues to provide their frustration of the non-support. Although a lot of time our agency veterans office either closed or have limited service. Although right now, the Navajo Nation government, while we're going through this particular budget, that's another area I believe that we need to look at closely. Kudo Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, the budget to give with that particular dollar amount and having close or over 10,000 plus veterans on the Navajo Nation, is that sufficient amount? Is that sufficient funding? Kudo Nchisalotso based on the administration. Then on the other hand, yes, we do have the trust fund. Again, but that's Navajo money. The any Kudo has anisa baby kitten could go a housing. Baby band on Shun Hatni go Ecuador yard and didn't get Argent nada test. A coco a be not in coco. What we have as far as legislation, funding and resource, it's not enough. A coco a lot of time Kodo Salaso Hatnisha, first in line Hatnisha. And this is how we cherish, or this is how Salaso did on Hinja that Hatnidasha. Ado Hashina Lan Kodo is a lot of our Navajo people at Ohayut at the end they're serving in the military. And then we have Gold Star Mother. And then we have Blue Star Mother. Surviving spouse. Ado Chinata. Could huge could be pop. But we did not if do be kite or what he could do or asking do or could Yado resource and then give it in T case. A coco legal if you go to the state, for example, I'm more familiar with the state of Arizona. They have the veteran service programs under the Arizona governor. And then you have the a federal office directly being administered by the Veterans Administration. The Navajo Nation has their own Veterans Administration, but on the onset, we should be able to have veterans from the meaning that the funding, but this particular positions could be administered and be run by our own Navajo people. At the agency level, I think at the minimum 2 VSO, certified VSO, veteran service officer, well qualified, our own Navajo people with the competing salary at the federal level. That's the direct service is what we should be aiming for as a Navajo Nation on behalf of our veterans. So they go off the reservation to go to the hospital, but they're not being given the guideline or the guidance of how they can continue their education, how they can continue to get the medical benefits. If they get confined to their, because of their service-connected disability, now they may be in a wheelchair to accommodate for the veterans to maneuver inside the house. And there's no way that Aja Bebekite or Wasikito Yego could be Bebeka now what the other conquered housing that these going on several years that Ope has on the need most at on the how one shot into the last top but a public had and later. Although there's opportunities, I'm sure some veterans are saying that I can manage, be able to get some loan to get a house done and machine or you the how long ako ebeba the has Lego. Ako what that haki into the last son dinigi be baka na work. Then if you're a service-connected veterans, again, every year, the older you're getting, there's a service-connected evaluation on Several years ago, the Navajo Nation conducted, with the help of the local Veterans Administration and then also from the regional, there were some success stories. Conducted across the Navajo Nation. Some of them were waiting for more than several years. They got the answers right on the spot. At each agency. If you go to some of these veterans office at the local level, of course, I'm sure it's reasonable because of the pandemic, but there's nothing more. This is just a tip of, I guess, an iceberg of a lot of things that our veterans needs to be taken care of. So I think that the Navajo Nation is now the time to address this directly to the President of the United States and then to our United States Congress. And I think we need to tell them that we need to stand up on behalf of our veterans to say that they volunteered, yes, but a lot of times, I think we still have some Vietnam veterans that were drafted. A lot of our Korean War, the Christians a lot so put out the Tadadok. Because they did the service, they protected the freedom. Because last saw but another deal just with Washington has on the Kododi it's not necessarily have to be only funding resources. What we need opportunities to connect our Navajo people to better education is what's needed. Accessible could the need age quiet did our another dot store did our quiet had the street on source did our nubit and shni the follow up did our codon to chinahot did our codina eat please me could did our ye cake gasto desiki which is the last sort I see but then all we tell them to do is fill this application and follow it the way you want it the opity without any follow up. So these are the areas I think we need to stress to Congress and the President of the United States that this is the situation that we have. They may think that you're part of Arizona, you're part of Utah, you're part of New Mexico, but we need to specify and make the statement to say that no, we need the service right on the Navajo Nation. That I did our treaty that in the shape does or that by you this arch. You can let it on ladies that angle cut out these last song didn't give that they serve their time. They did out and I think it's their responsibility to take care of their veterans and the soldier, even though that yes we part of the government as an overall and we can even make that argument. The Navajo Nation have stepped up and allocate certain amount of funding. The fiscal year 2022, close to the Quille unit, was it 6 or 7 million? That's above money job. So we can make that argument. It's just not that the Navajo Nation government is just asking. It's just the fact that the Navajo Nation government is already and has already stepped up in helping the veterans. Now it's your turn. The service benefits that's being provided by the Veterans Administration at Congress level or United States level. It could be because Akwadit asking for Barna assessment or listo, non Siniki, and not addition and not Siniki. Again, it's just a matter for us to take this particular document. My colleague in Mr. Eugene So, make an appointment with the United States President. Make an appointment for me, and then take some veterans to the White House. Navajo Nation Council resolution seat on KD country Huya. Then with I could on her Nahabaka of the Niki Gishin I been the cut of this deeder. So the Nachico edit I coagisar Linki, don't not so Linki, he can't so the listenant are not Linki, coedit I when Dutch one has a snack on this door. Up in so it are shame Kodonat not the kid could not shape in which I have not restored this Kodo. But again, it's just a matter of advocating on behalf of our Navajo veterans. Continue the advocacy at the federal and the state level. Within our source, but nonetheless, I still do utilize the current Navi support. But again, that's directly requesting to the Veterans Administration at DC. But DDG is directing the direct request to the United States President, the Biden-Harris administration, and the current United States Congress. Speaker, that concludes my presentation here.
Thank you very much,
Speaker,
Honorable
put me in the queue. Auto so.
That Honorable Otto So, put you in the queue. Madam Chair Charles Newman, we do have a motion second. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Begay, for this legislation. I do support our veterans and also the push to try to get them the services that they deserve. I guess in terms of the legislation, it's stated direct services. My question is just really simple, in that, when we're talking about direct services, are we talking specifically about a certain type of service, or is it just a general term, saying direct services meaning everything across the board? And the reason why I ask that question is because we, when legislation is drafted, we have one thing in mind, but, as it starts going through the process, we tend to forget, things that we forgot, things that we should have included in the legislation that wasn't. So I know that you talked about, healthcare, you talked about housing, you talked about, getting them help that they need, but are we also talking in terms of direct services like, monetary services? Are we looking specifically just at medical services? Are we also, taking into consideration, what are we taking into consideration when we're talking about direct services? And my question to my colleagues is, I know that we shouldn't be too specific in what we're asking for, but at the same time, we also shouldn't really generalize and say all things. So I guess that's my question to the sponsor at this time, is when you're talking about direct services to our veterans, what exactly are you thinking of? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newman. That, we go down. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours. And I'll come back to Honorable Keon Begay.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I appreciate this legislation that's brought forth by my Shina, Mr. Kialan Begay. Do Dashin Sabo Ni Slav So Dashin Sabo ya ati the Naabik'íyáti Kag Babich Nahoti Ado Ashine La Naabik'íyáti Kag Slav So, whether it's the latest conflict to the conflict of World War II. Kon his last so no. Ako did Dashin Sabo Adishing Navajo Veterans Department. Yeah, that program is fully funded by the Navajo Nation government or the Navajo people, utilizing the interest from the principal income from the trust fund. The Navajo people, every Navajo citizen who buys on Navajo contributes to that trust fund. The Nani Linigid Naabik'íyáti Kag, 4% ajpa agente go. Dashin Zago Holzis, the Lini, Navajo Washington, though the Navajo people has been helping the veterans in that way. And I really like this legislation to get the federal authorities or federal entities involved through a legislation, and the government to government talk. I really appreciate Honorable Kialan Begay for introducing this legislation. And now, my thought is that as our veterans they serve the United States government as a whole, the mother government. Gold Star mothers at the I don't the spouse of a veteran. I don't the con last on his hand the Hakage so Hashin so go bin it do and sakis that stick do Dashin so go do I see had a go the net which the net hako which beta is me. Eight at this jig con his hand and that can his last so which end is in sakis bin it. All the way down to PTSD, and those illnesses affects families at home, whether it becomes a verbal abuse, a abusive relationship with your kids, or so forth. When and where do we hold the federal government responsible for our veterans? And this is a tool that Honorable Kialan Begay has introduced. And this is what the program should be looking at, our own tribal program. How do we hold the current Veterans Administration responsible for our veterans? Because these services are brought out like to Flagstaff, to Gallup, or to Phoenix, Prescott, the border towns. You don't see any veterans facility from the federal government on any Indian reservations. Le Prescott Veteran Hospital go this day hatni. De host dogo. De yabe de lassen go. De Washington does a pen is so does yat Hajo Department of Justice which that net benno. Halet ego labik hod ya yat dole. Ash the never Washington in so Ajosh yat de ya this last so than Linike had it ada ba este Washington Ben Dick Hospital nis Codego but it bando niso not the Washington Dego. There you can have a lawyer, the nation can hire an attorney for that veterans to represent all veterans. 574 federally recognized tribe. Their fair amount, their fair share to provide that health care, to provide the much needed resources that our veterans really need when they return home. You have homeless veterans out there. You have veterans that just roam around because they don't want to be a danger to anybody else. Because these veterans are trained to kill. Very much it's a reprogram it. When and where and how can we hold the federal government responsible for these veterans? Because they always say, sir, have you ever thought of serving the greatest country in the world? Recruiters, they molded and high schools and things like that. Oh, how do we hold the federal government responsible for providing these much needed services for our veterans on the Navajo Nation?
Say, speaker, put me in the queue.
Thank you with that. Honorable Gene Sile will put you in the queue. Let me go back to Honorable Keon McGay for a response.
Speaker, although Kudoshment Kahanan Hitish Nidole, Kudo Mr. Charles Noon, Kudo Night Desk Kitty, but Night Desk Kitty, Miss Noon, what specific direct service are we aiming for? Ninigigi, I believe the two key things will be funding and resource. I mean, look at the hate. Again, going back to the current budget of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. I mean, look at the budget. I mean, that's just simply personnel. So just imagine if we ask the Veterans Administration to pay these individuals that are helping and operating the Veterans Administration on the Navajo Nation. That's one less funding that we'll be worrying about. If you look at it, 638 contract, public safety and others, they're getting federal funding, 638 contract to do their duties on the Navajo Nation. Based on Naabik'íyáti, the Veterans Administration, again, at the minimum, possibly 2 VSOs positions at each of the Veterans Administration. That's what we'll be aiming for. other resource the shenanigans. I don't think that we have to ask the Veterans Administration to come onto the Navajo Nation to do a lot of these benefit counseling, because that should be on a routine base. I mean, we have 5 Veterans Administration office at each of the agency. We have the administration. What it needs right now is the manpower. Those that are very knowledgeable at the federal and state level, and even the constant veterans policy, veteran service officers, at the moment, yes, I don't have a budget or an outline of how much we will be asking. We could utilize what the current Veterans Administration are using to urge, but that's just only probably just an entry level position. So these are well qualified, certified. I mean, these are veterans that have served at the administrative level, in the military, even officers, even different branches. We got to understand and know each of these branches, what benefits that they have. You've got the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guards. Each of them, how they serve, have different benefits. Like I said, Vietnam veterans, Agent Orange to the year the Koto Satoshi, but it's Linigi, Bahnas Ango Koto, Hodat A, Yishinda, Nishindo, well qualified, I don't want to talk down on our staff at the Veterans Administration, but these are the areas I think that really our veterans really needs these type of service at the agency level. Of course, that's the response back to Cador Delegate Charles Newton. Although, as you look at the Veterans Administration website, it has 3 main administration area: the Benefit Administration, the Health Administration, and of course, we do have the National Cemetery Administration. And why does the family have to go out and ask funding to cover the funeral expense? Why can't that be an automatic that the funding is being covered by the current Veterans Administration? Although even in some areas, cemetery plots, the Kodoik and the illegal Kodo is lost so those are some areas that I think that a service that should be provided on the Navajo Nation. So PTSD, that's the prime example. They resort to some form of maybe substance abuse, alcohol abuse, domestic abuse, or whatever. Where do they go to get treated? Do we have one on the Navajo Nation? We do have agreement or have contract with the IHS, and that's the one thing I kept asking: how qualified are these individuals that are working with our veterans at these ISS level? Because they rather go to for Arizona, it's in Prescott, or it's down in Phoenix. Because run by the Veterans Administration, other filed suit again short. I didn't know the northern since it on me, but how much will it cost? I mean, what will we get? Kodo our Department of Justice be which I say go po net zansh biti ni ko ajashi e pan pa yat hito pinatnes ta ko na bohnes ta shin aja beat out it aden sa shin hit e hoto as po net za hoto ni dan ta shin ko na so stan ni so shin so abi ga shin do de to e aja hinte ko shin in he on him hasalado list as a whole council. The homeless veterans. I mean, for the longest, we've been trying to develop a housing plan, but yet we continue to have our veterans live in substandard housing or doesn't even have housing. The legislation passed Kudo hammer that it's on the Latin case. The 5 chapters that I represent continues to raise that question. I mean, we've submitted home needs for veterans, but I haven't got a response back from our Veterans Administration. So again, I mean, as long as I know that I have them in writing, and I know that I have submitted directly to the Veterans Administration for a response. What more can I do of submitting a request in writing, but with no response? So I need then. It's a federal responsibility. No, delegate. So, but again, we need to show that the Navajo Nation has been from the get-go that we have been helping our veterans, but with the increase of populations and with the decrease of the Navajo Nation revenue, I believe and we believe that the federal government needs to really step in and help our Navajo veterans and the Veterans Administration to supplement some fundings and resource onto the Navajo Nation. Chairman.
Thank you. That, we go back to the floor. I have Honorable Eugene So, then Honorable Elmer Begay on legislation's main motion of 0124-21. Honorable Eugene So.
Shay.
Oh.
Shay, give me the floor. Shinale, Emi Hati, Ani Hota, Arif So, Benne. Another half Kashati and Dakre. What answer that case? When they're collapsing in these emotional and mental situations, they make a negative decision sometimes, most percently. What I mean is they might go drinking or suicidal, etc. Father, I sorrow is Arunda this chant Arunda Behiten na ya. They felt it. In that case, I been it as me. But I end that can just last so. The service right kid negate about if you understand a veteran. He by need candidate and Sizig Ado Isinani Ado in the Bashenda Yidid Yosnas by the Hastio Kodi Kodo as an example behind service. Right, auntie Baha had $8 direct service. I thought I'm not thought out for Baha had $8. What actually okay. 我看那个最后下的厉害的 front lines， 当本来就很大一批的人，很大这个是从下来子啊，本来就一当。But it chopper jacket up, pick up his own mesh. I don't where he's going to, or she's going to go. I don't doctor's nurse that bus had it out of it. She's not deed. Although he's a cheater, but okay from the hospital, closest to the hospital airport. I don't want that chopper, Nana. I'd be now that the trader was not late chopper lay hospital caught. I not had it just a buses the caught I don't leg on it. Tomorrow. I could had it but it Mrs. Laugh Captain the Khaled had only eat all this. So Ali. I don't this church it up in it. I thought about there's a complex leave. So happy that it needs I only have naga I think they this church papers by the hinte. I don't it's just a lot of tea. I had it. Checked out a kid AG. The hospital said that I was in the ICA. We must I was in the had at lump sum. It's a hotel. But yeah, yes, or to don't raise, then the buy only service art. Auntie, that's what we want. How did that? How did that? But Mahana, can't it on hand or that? I have been started in hand or that, or that, just a hat and on that, been vacation on the Chitzado. Had traffic the buses in laid. You had to cross the reservation line. I did a bus at Tado out of it in the Hato Sasso, your hand or that. It's what my head or base. So the bus didn't need aid on the shin on the reservation. I didn't know that all you got only but you got it as you name it. An example, agent aren't sure that's the all using the house cut. Those are herbicides till they not say that. Before the spray plane date a temperature that you call I did none that you got quick car acorn. Agent aren't spray in usually the trails. So ye now spa issue. What's that? Got in the great origin to go. Auntie had it neat and doesn't we've gone I thought yes, I don't hustle, but I have a clinic that I had long. 從呢邊借月入嚟揸到80號你嗱嚟從呢邊是邊被借用啦先用係用得啲你嚟佢就得係入邊嗱得係從我得係嘅得係有卡嘅係嗱打翻嗰邊嚟佢because that is in she credit or hotel and has a contact with your bar for an agent that that over long that shit. I need a present. Biden gave us a hot chances down. On center in that hinge kid, she's an SK. This is audition. Not no, you should not know to equal it. So I don't need to have speak of this. I speak for all the veterans. It can argue. So by ends of the argue, she this. I was going to ask for a moment of silence earlier, but maybe after, for the 13 servicemen that died last week. fishing choice in the car that you have from next meeting. Thank you, Speaker Chiche.
Thank you very much, Eugene. So let me go then down now to Honorable Elmer Brigay on legislation 0124-21. A motion.
Good afternoon, Secretary. I'm just not guilty. I was a little key on the gay, yake. I don't legislation. I don't even give it though. My question, I wanted to get to the question is that I know that this legislation is directly going to Joe Biden and the administration. I know that I don't that the reason, the purpose, even he claimed like the way that I don't have yet, and I don't. We should all know that what our veterans going through to know. My understanding, that I know that prior understanding we say that our veterans needs home. Today now, seems like a lot of it these young. I have some veterans out here that I work with. My president from here is a retired veteran. He served it 22 years. I don't know what another one too. John Benslow. 24 years. He's young. From there, I talked to them because it seems like we're saying that their health at their homes, seems like there's the vast at the net and according with this CARES funds and with this ARPA funds, so right now we're trying to advocate with NHA. There's already a home. There's already a land here. I thought withdrawn land. Even the chapter can. All you need to do is go to the chapter.com, and then you just need to get that land. It's already withdrawn with the Navajo Nation. 700 acres that's been allocated here for them. I called everything NHA. I called. They're taking a long time. You have to go through this orientation. I don't know how many times you have to go through that. So we already did that. We already did the planning. We just need a home for these veterans. They're the one that wants it. No, don't get that team. As a delegate, you're under Research Development Committee, and NHA is under your oversight to them. No response from your advocacy for just veterans here in Dalcon. Or you would need any so even just to plan funding for to give it to the chapters, they can do. There's some outside contractors that work with Indian land communities in Arizona. They're developers for their homes. They can do it right away. In her contract with sale, there's a home already here, infrastructure is here. They're not releasing any funding or what the hell. I don't know how we would do that. I think I would need your help to really listen to what I say, to what I advocate, and what kind of chapter resolution I have for this community. If you really want to help veterans here, how can we make NHA to give us funding for that. That's one. The second one is we have for mental and health concern. We have 638 in here. Alcohol. I know that we're constructing a new hospital here, and all our veterans here to pass a resolution to IXS to make this hospital a part of a veteran hospital. But IXS says that we cannot do that. So right now, with the Indian Healthcare Center, they're the contractors. Through them, we advocated for them. Since you are the contractor 638, can you make a room where you could make a special clinic and mental health for veterans? In addition to this hospital, so I think I don't know how we can do that. I think through that, what might be missing out of this is we have our own legislatures, Arizona state legislatures. Can we add that? How can we add them? Like Mark Kelly, Tony Kakadiya, for veterans. When are we going to be advocating to them? Out of state of Arizona goes Atlanta, KLM. The state legislatures. Why can't we start making resolution and legislation to them, to our state, Arizona state, and to that, and then New Mexico? We should start from there. It will make those trips for them. So, can we do that or not on this legislation? That will be my second question to Toledo. That's my question, Speaker Dane. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we go back to Honorable Keon Begay.
Chairman, other colleagues, good night, Dakit, Shantat Eugene. So, basically, you just asked or made a statement, a comment about other additional situations with our veterans within each of the communities. Again, those are some some of the reasons we're wanting to push this particular legislation. When we do have a chance to get into the White House, I mean, maybe there's two of us now, that will be, I would say, start demanding to Speaker's office that we make a schedule or appointment or request for an appointment to meet with the leadership at DC level, formally present this particular document to the administration up there. I mean, no less than the president and the vice president of the United States. And that would be my push once this particular legislation is passed. So issued Ecuador, maybe just an invite, Shindo, this additional Eugene. So, Ecuador, your brother, Almer Begay, had she was in that section, but NHA, NHA, Bayern's, you know that we did make that statement when NHA, while the previous board have made change for our veterans to not pay the monthly housing called a university yila called ita o sato bahatasi zigo but what end the big at any in a board joining at the northern has been as you know that and I even asked this question when the NHA by the previous board had provide the housing plan for funding. I know again at the title every year NHA based on Nayakyo supporting the Hiki in there, it does say, so what I've been asking to NHA is that can you show proof that these particular funding were utilized for that purpose? It's last on that be bunt on to the quid shooting the other codo, not maybe the current NHA board has a different view, or maybe it's a good time that whenever so maybe once all the vacancy of the NHA board makes their first official meeting, then maybe we can ask NHA to do a presentation before the Naabik'íyáti committee, and then specifically ask what specific will this current board member be able to advocate for our veterans. And then the 638 hospital, the Naabik'íyáti, and I even asked this question when we talked about the Gallup Medical Center. And then I did mention again, it's just a matter of the administration, the Navajo Veterans Administration, to advocate. I think that's the key theme. The Veterans Advisory Committee. If you look at their plan of operation, it outlines what they should be advocating for. The mental health, the clinic, the hospital or those hospitals that are in existence. Standalone hospital Navajo Regional Veterans Hospital, again, it's just a matter for us to continue to advocate with the support by the Veterans Administration. To the Arizona State Legislatures. But as you know, that we did a lot with the leadership from the State Task Force, Kadosh brother Mark Phelan, out of the State Task Force member. We've accomplished a lot on behalf not just only veterans, but overall, but in some areas we lost a lot of our advocacy just because of the party system in Republicans and Democrats. The Republicans are in control in some areas. We do have 3 representatives from the Navajo area. Senator Patrick Guy, at first it was Representative Teller and then Representative Sosi. But of course, a change of leadership. We started working with Representative Blackwater Nygren. I believe that one thing that they did on behalf of veterans is that they've passed a legislation or a bill that will assume some position for the northern part of Arizona, although they don't really distinguish that there's a reservation purpose and then there's a general Arizona population. That they look at this whole area as the state of Arizona. Will be specifically work on behalf of the northern Arizona. But again, our Navajo veterans will be mixed into the general populations of the veterans on the northern part of the state. That is good, but I think we need a lot of our Navajo people. Will just continue to fall behind getting some service from this particular process. And then the other one that were successful by the current legislatures from our district was that the acknowledgement of the Navajo Code Talker as a state holiday. So those are some areas that I believe that we really need to advocate, continue to advocate. The state level. Look, this is just the Arizona. I'm not really sure about the Utah side and the New Mexico as far as the advocacy on behalf of our veterans. Maybe those other delegate council members done what were successful of the recent legislature and what are new. But a lot of these state legislatures, that goes to the Arizona Veteran Service office in Phoenix. But that's off the reservation. But again, our main issue and main request is to get on the Navajo Nation, specifically at each of the agencies. So with that, brother, so I don't know if I've answered your question, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keelan Begay. That colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Any other further comments or questions on legislation 0124-21?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to thank the sponsor and my colleagues for your comments and your continued support for our Navajo Nation veterans. We do have our active military, and Navajo families have reached out that we do have our Navajo relatives there in the front lines and during the evacuation of Afghanistan. And so we are very thankful that they are safe, but just continue to keep them in your prayers as this has been a very stressful time for all of the families. And just recognizing that we still have a lot of Navajo active duty personnel out there. And so I just want to thank my colleagues. I know we're talking about veterans, but our active duty members and relatives are out there. So we just give them that special blessing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair McCarty. With that, colleagues, any other comments or questions?
Speaker, follow up. This is Delegate Begay.
Elmer Begay, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, again. Other members of the advocacy. I listened to the Keelan Begay. Thank you for your response. And that when I was thinking about direct service, I kind of understand the direct service. Yeah, I understand it. And then I think we need to be more effective if we have all included New Mexico and Utah budget legislatures on Genji. We know them. Although they come around, to help. During the election, most of these questions that I have is mostly from the people. I ask these questions. The questions. So so I don't with this I think in NHA, I think that we need to really put a timeline on how these how they can help the communities. So we're ready for another, even, I don't know how it would be. I think we need to get some speaker. I think when we come before NHA again, I think we need to bring EOJ, because I think some of these chapters are certified chapters, just like for myself here. I have 3 of them, and they really need help how they can advocate for their community. They have lands available. They were drawn lands. I call the NHA is taking so much. Maybe to give some certified chapters some funding for planning and how they want to do it with this. Even they have a planning for like veterans' homes. If they're ready for it, I think we need to really talk about changing our laws, how we can utilize these fundings. About this case, yeah. So I think those Kiel and Begay will be really advocating for this veterans. I think we need to move on, and I think we need to maybe take another step. What we're talking about is helping assisting the veterans. I think we need to do that within our own government. We need to change some of these laws. And about this case, some of these communities like Dalcon is ready for it, but they don't have no funding, contractual, like grant writers, how they can do that. So I think we need to start looking very into this and changing laws, how we can do that. So thank you for that, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Yeh. That, moving on down, Honorable Stewart. Floor is yours.
Okay, so good afternoon, good evening, colleagues and Naabik'íyáti for Naabik'íyáti committee. Key presenting lagi for this legislation again. In reading the legislation, listening to the discussion this evening of this case, veterans, they need on but equity needs so is to request for direct services for Navajo Nation. Exhibits not keep it so from here from the nation. Of course, Shaban says case so I'm talking with veterans, the 2 veteran organizations for Defiance and Crystal, and also some local veterans within the surrounding communities of the 4 chapters. There's other direct services that haven't even, maybe they're going to be touched on in the future, but through this request to establish those direct services, through our own Veterans Administration, they're not being touched on. That's the fact that the PTSD that they come back with, or the training that they come back with, the way it's written in military wording and terminology, it's not the same as they would come back to a regular workforce. It's worded different, and they're trained the same way, but it's worded differently. When they apply, they're told, through IHS 638 NHA that they're not qualified. They don't meet the qualifications of a cloud. So there are a lot of veterans that leave and then to find jobs elsewhere because they only know the wording and the terminology that they were taught within the military. And that's what needs to be changed. And then there also needs to be a revision of the whole plan, that the services are being given to right now through the leadership of Mr. Z. It's not working with all veterans. We've stated that before in several of our meetings. These services be more at the local level for the chapters work with it, to, we're always saying that we want them to have more accessibility to chapters. So I think if we move in that direction, I thought, as a council, and explore these revisits with the Veterans Department itself, not only with the housing, but what else are we going to do? Because right now we approved legislation not too long ago for them to make homes, but going through like carpenters union, and we have veterans now that aren't even a part of those carpenters union, yet we're employing these individuals to come out here and work with that. And so, I've been getting feedback from those veterans as well regarding those situations. So I think that we need to add some more, and as this progresses, Shana, I think I would like to share some more thoughts with you on that, but these are just some brief thoughts now, just to, for the record, at the Naabik'íyáti, it's just for the record on this Naabik'íyáti meeting.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Stewart. That, colleagues, if there's any other comments or questions? Going twice.
Delegate Yellow Hair. Delegate Yellow Hair. Speaker.
Honorable Yellow Hair on legislation 0124-21.
Oh, yeah, Speaker. You don't know this kid only. Upon this case, Tiller, now the dish kills Honorable TLBK. Kuja on his house. Kuja. Navajo Reservation, arranged in his last saw. Yahana Kari come back from service. And then we help them as much as we can when they're your kid. So, Karnalo, you Karnalo. She's Badan that Jato Arapido, Yeta Abanas. Lago Karnalo, Navajo veterans. The propane gas at the heart of the store. Are you of a car not got Navajo veterans? The Coban kids always think about it. Never audition for the gun of a car not low. It is a federal fund of a car not. Judy Quaje and she and she funds speak up a car not what trust funds based on us in a cocoa. Basically, that the next angel husband. A cocoa open this case with Australia. My brother was a Vietnam veteran and he passed on with an Agent Orange. Discrimination that was on him, they Prescott cannot down. You try to find out the results based on that examination. And every time he goes and comes back, says, we're not too sure that this was you lose a lot of weight, and is it really based on the Agent Orange? Or the snow, the whole disease, until he was ready to pass on he was qualified for Agent Orange, which he did pass on. These are happening discrimination or military out there when they go to the hospital off reservation. Eight over addition. Auto military variety. And the later World War II got down, Harry Association was again that he went to World War II. I think he was drafted like 15 or 16 years old because he was a tall gentleman. Open as he tall it even he was really underage. He went to World War II, but he was the first one to kill on the ocean. His ship was all blasted by Japanese that he never survived. Eight military about here Benigi Bansa Kitty Orbit RE or RE by Benabination, not this kid, not the kiddie craggy. It's hot not elite order of Pilacana, it avocado not what to verify, even not this kid on you. Quite a quarter, could it and or you in the Nashi kid or the kid. Nisa Hona Yanni. She just came back. She had a problem with some health issues and nightmares, all kind of stuff, until they haven't thought for her. She might use with the sister be get chago.
When you bring these medicines, it's not immediate family. It's immediate family responsibility. Dina haraja. Non-say sashay religious it all $1,000. It all on his tradition. A koti creation at the kitty key key on the key. A other it I can't know. Since Mr. Honorable also he kind of brought out these issues too. The late art Elena Edat quit Edat that illegal Tony he can't just know and he a law you of now. Doba Shinda Yeting is what out Elizabeth Nada. It all education is important to send them back to school once returned from the service. The domestic violence is going to be less those out in the social security, social service and conduct later. They don't know this kid to them I do support veterans, but we need to find money too from federal funds so that will match these money of our nation. Thank you for the floor, Speaker. Yeah, this goes to my younger brother, T. LBK. Yeah, go back on mute now. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel. Put me in the queue.
Speaker Freeland, put me in the queue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. That these are just comments, so let me go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Daniels and Honorable Freeland. We are on the main motion, colleagues. And this is reaffirming those two legislations, just for clarity, just to keep the discussion on those two resolutions. Colleagues, thank you. That, Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Speaker Damon. Yeah, I don't know what not on the Naabik'íyáti committee members of the 24th Council. I don't know what on his statute and the guest taco. I see he has been frago. I don't know should say what my good share from many farms. But here he look at legislation for get that means for the other number measure. By Yale the one Yale tea. I think how I can what's the I don't know. First and foremost, I want to thank all the veterans throughout the Navajo Nation. I don't know off the Navajo Nation. I see here between me to the cost. Every day is Veterans Day. He needs me. How that could for the event he needs me. I don't know. That's what I want to. I'm very careful. I don't know. Yeah, going out in the area of housing, infrastructures for veterans. Yeah, go in the house. Even though we have our own Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, I see Jens for the Navajo. I don't know. Our Navajo Nation reservation is about the size of the state of West Virginia. 27,000 square miles. I don't know. We don't live in villages. We're scattered out. But I don't hear that. That is Ago. What echo? It's been yeah, but what needs unhandling a cop. Basically, I'm not glad that the life in Canada are the Washington, basically, which any the other life in Canada are the so could also say window I fully support this legislation could also check the Yaki could in the Washington are there because last quarter but because now what I not for the other of course says window I see that the case as well I knew what and throughout the Navajo Nation I could do agent with this disease. Agent is with this disease got either. Hodin not only that this car dollars. Not car dollars. I'm just thinking where a lot of our Navajo veterans, where are they going to live? Where are they going to spend the night in these cold weather that is coming up, winter time? AI see could have like a day caution again. Can't us go to coach old washoda. Oh, it all wet at the bar the car. A wet at the bar the car. You be convent eight feet to know the wet about the car. I don't know when share a little you lit at the bunches. Oh, the bad had your pie got his last for. It's on that Kato Nana Koto Banana Shadaila. I don't know Washington. It I see how don't have one than Halano. Rogan he could out a deep a best one's unmade clinic. Bears on it as a how days net or what ended to I see bed with the nation Halanaco with Veterans Administration. So AOE Papa again just like a Codona Gay the young and get out this because last solar card at the bit of car can how they kagi da kagi a bunch of case of I don't know Kodo. I quit as conduct without a state task force, without my brother, without my little brother, without that delegate freelance. He argument is as a chair of a state task force. I don't know without that Delegate Brown, the state of Utah state capital, going to see. We met with the governor, Governor Cox, and also Lieutenant Governor Henderson. He argument that Benaho. I don't know without Utah priorities, Utah position state, maybe I don't feel so the whole debate does the no vacation does feel that. But I would be carried with the house, see, Yakodan gets lost for in the state of Utah, San Juan County, as your reservation, San Juan County. How can we help our Navajo veterans within the San Juan County? There's no Nabadesh Kidako. I call that. I didn't not vehicle. Basically, the Halo, not in a quick day and it doesn't go down that far. So you should even national I'm going to be setting up meetings with the Utah Veterans Affairs. I don't know the state task force. I saw that or let it go. So what I knew what a great amendment change to let end, but this is going to the great Canal Gego. Called started at the had the legislation for one just case to for all the three states. Just case called the great that they have see but national Utah tribal leaders meeting there. So about just case so maybe a separate legislation would be best. But today, I'm not forgotten. Washington, I guess done. But with these three states, maybe the four states, because we have some of our constituents are they live in the state of Colorado, from Cortez, Colorado. I don't know the Lower, the Ringo, a lot of other kids. Maybe all the four states be got to let it go. So I support this legislation. What does it say? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Daniels. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours.
Speaker, thank you. Good afternoon. Other colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee and staff as well. It's been a long afternoon so far. We're just on our second legislation, understandably, but a lot of good discussion today, Shantai. I wanted to thank my brother, Honorable Kialan Begay, for sponsoring this legislation. Out of all of my colleagues that have spoken in favor of this legislation, I'm in favor of it as well. Just kind of want to talk or mention a comment just about what my brother had mentioned, Honorable Kialan Begay and Honorable Daniels, visits as the Naabik'íyáti State Task Force Subcommittee as the chair. These discussions have taken place at the state level as well, whether it was with Governor Ducey's office or Governor Cox, and now we did put the some information into the ear of Cabinet Secretary Trujillo with New Mexico. So at some point, it would be great to get all the resources together, the VA and all the state veteran services agencies, as well as our own Navajo Nation veteran administration together, and have a dialogue, or have some some information that will be available for our veterans. Maybe set up a Zoom speaker through your office, and have all this information relayed out to our veterans, and have maybe a half day designated or something, just a recommendation. I think it's so important right now, especially with what's been going on in the world, and with us coming out of this pandemic, but dealing with the Delta variant. We need to support our veterans as much as we can. Just seeing what happened with Afghanistan, and there's probably a lot of feelings that are regarding that departure, but we got to support and pray and give honor and homage to our veterans, especially out there in Eastern Navajo, and we have a great group out there. So just a recommendation, Speaker, I wanted to make, and I want to thank my brother for this legislation as well, but I'm totally in favor of it. Just a comment I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, we are back on legislation 0124-21. It's just reaffirming those two resolutions. Is there any other comments or questions at this time? Going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellow here. I just want to make a follow-up.
We all here. Floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. Nana Shahas to the Speaker. Thank you very much for 24th Navajo Nation Council supporting this legislation, which is very important. Just to follow up with me, over the weekend, my first time that I visit Navajo Nation Veteran Commander and Chinle Central Agency. I was with them all afternoon. We had a very good meeting, support our veterans. We are the heroes of Navajo. Remember that we saved the United States of America during World War II with our great native tongues. Was blessed by God that we believe over this thing. So, over those to follow elegi with the legislation going out there, where to White House, when our very strong support, the kids has need or can't see only. If you had Dorothy, last Dorothy Apple, I say about next little, because now need to hold, she was out of it. Thank you, Speaker. My appreciation.
Thank you. I don't be all here. Hi, colleagues. I don't have anybody in the queue. No one texting in at this
Speaker,
time.
Swisher.
124-21. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, Naabik'íyáti committee members. In the dialogue that we were speaking about the veterans and the things that were said about helping our veterans. Our veterans at this point in time do look to leadership. And when they look to leadership, they look for a resolution, help those that can't really help themselves. For instance, this morning there was a legislation in front of Health and Education Human Services. It just needs to be reviewed and corrected and pushed forward to get services for our veterans for housing. That's internal. But what I want to say is the externally, the federal government, many of the Navajo Nation veterans were drafted. Many of them have volunteered. Some have seen World War II, Korean, Vietnam, many of the conflicts, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, Desert Storm, and others have served in the peacetime. So with my Che reaffirming this to the United States government for direct services that we lack on the Navajo Nation, I see many of our veterans have to travel many, many miles in order to get VA services. It takes time away from them. I had a brother that went to Vietnam, and he was 100% disabled. Eventually, he just moved down to Phoenix, Audubon, because it was too far for him to travel back and forth to Phoenix regarding services. Not only medical services, they need services regarding education. For instance, NAU does help veterans, and they open the doors for veterans when they come back to apply for higher education. I think the universities should also consider those kind of services for the veterans. I 100% support this bill, the veterans. I'd like to see the Biden administration look upon the Navajo Nation. If you take a census of all the veterans, we are always the ones that are ready to go and protect and serve, because freedom is not free. Like Naabik'íyáti, if it wasn't for the code talkers, Kashi Tlahotelo, Vinina Nihizad was unbreakable. So it's honorable to have veterans among us every day and to look to them and to say, yeah, thank you for your service. Each and every one are touched by veterans. Each and every one of us has a veteran relative, our family members. I'm not just talking about men veterans too, I'm talking about women veterans. They're just as important too. We got to speak for the women veterans too. Many of our young women and young men are joining the military. And you know what's going on in Afghanistan. You see what's happening. It's getting to the boiling point where it's going to cause some kind of major call out for reinforcements, or something may happen. I don't know. I don't want to predict what may take place, but what I want to say is, let's stand united. Let's send this message to the United States of America. Let's call for their time to provide veteran services at each agency. Each agency needs veterans services to be provided. So what
Tien hier te hadden, so dat is een benadje eigen, adot niet. Ja, so daar zo dan nog zinnig. Amado oje, was een shade. Ik is zo daar, zo dat die ninigi, bakhele. Ja, we're sponsoring this legislation. Could we had this to okay now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. But we have to change the contract. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Colleagues, is there any other comments, questions at this time? Going twice. Going three times. Let's go to board on legislation 0124-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
I vote green, this Delegate McGay, Elmer.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Delegate Keon McGee Jr. votes green.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty.
Shadow Delegate Amber Kenneth Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green for veterans. Thank you.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Honorable
Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So via text votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yaz is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting. Motion carries. on legislation 0124-21. Colleagues, that legislation has final authority here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Colleagues, moving on down, item number C on our legislation or on agenda. Legislation 0126-21, sponsored by Honorable Wanika, co-sponsored by Honorable Slater. Oh, Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0126-21, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council, confirming the Navajo Nation presidential appointment of Mr. Zane James to the Commission on Navajo Government Development to serve a term of 4 years, sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika and co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater. There are no committee reports. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion by Honorable James. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Paul Begay. Colleagues, any comments, questions? This legislation goes to council. Twice. Times. Good board. Legislation 0126-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanispah Crotty.
Shama Delegate Amber Kanispah Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanispah Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Panal Halona.
Green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is your share?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So does not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Evan Yard is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much for that. 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Legislation 0126-21 will be forwarded, colleagues, to the Navajo Nation Council. That,
Speaker,
Chairman
Delegate Daniel So.
Daniel So, floor is yours.
Yes, I'd like to motion to suspend the floor rules to add legislation 0160-21, sponsored by Raymond Smith Jr. And then legislation 0176-21, sponsored by myself, Daniel So, to add to the agenda.
Second, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. Colleagues, there's a motion to amend the agenda. Adding on 016-21 and 0176-21. Mr. Rico, could you read those headings into the record?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0160-21, in action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, and Naabik'íyáti Committees supporting United States Senate Bill S 1895 titled the Indian Health Service Sanitation Facilities Construction Enactment Act, sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. and co-sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Knazba-Crotty. Tracking number 0176-21, in action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Naabik'íyáti Committees, approving and supporting the Navajo Department of Health's written comments to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services for Regions 6, 8, and 9 Tribal Consultation to address issues and concerns that affect delivery of health care and public services on the Navajo Nation. Sponsored by Chairman Daniel E. So. Mr. Speaker.
Good. Hey, colleagues, with that, there's a motion by Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second? Honorable Halona. I hear Honorable Halona. Colleagues, any comments, questions? Madam Chair Amber Crotty, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the motion. I would ask if we could modify the motion to create a consent agenda, Speaker. So at this time, if the motioning party could consider adding not only these two legislations, but the remaining agenda to consent agenda. And then we could hear from the colleagues on what items may need either amendments or additional comments. Thank you, Speaker. It is 6:13, colleagues. Thank you.
That, there's a motion to modify Chairman Daniel So to move the remaining items plus the two that you added.
Second by Delegate Rick Nez.
Hey, Chairman Daniel, so it's a motion to modify, to add in legislation 0164-21 because they're already on the agenda. 0165-21 and 0166-21 with the two that you have, which is legislation 0160 and 0176, to add all five of those into one item as a consent agenda.
Speaker. Chair of-
Question of public speaker.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Speaker, I just wanted to ask, can you go through that one more time, the legislation that would be added to the consent agenda? Thank you.
It's the three items remaining that are already on the agenda, which is 0164, 0165, and 0166, plus the two that Chairman Daniel So is motioning at this time, which is 0160 and 0176-21. Chairman Daniel So.
Okay, last until others and I members of the Naabik'íyáti community. I do consent to Shemayaja Amber Kanesba Party's request to add all those items into adding to the agenda, as well as to abide by the request to put them all on a consent agenda. Thank you, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee.
Thank you. Colleagues, with those, all five of these are final authority at Naabik'íyáti committee. Honorable Halona, with that, are you good with the request to modify?
Yes, sir, I concur to that modification.
Thank you. That concurrence, all five of these items are now under one item. Any comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I just have one question.
Yes, Madam Chair, floor is yours. On amendment.
Speaker, I'm sorry.
The agenda.
Yes. So I'm trying to look for 0160-21. That is the correct number, right?
Yes.
Okay, I found it. Thank you, Speaker. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on the amendment? Going twice. Going three times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Chat.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset-Crotty via text votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark
Green.
Phelan did not vote. Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Tanel Halona. Honorable Tanel Halona. Honorable Tanel Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jim votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Eben Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay via text votes green. Honorable Tanel Halona. Honorable Tanel Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. On the motion, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That, moving on down on our agenda, Mr. Rico, we are on a consent agenda item. If you could read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, consent agenda consists of tracking number 0164-21, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee accepting the recommendation of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and granting the designation of tribal organization to the Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board Incorporated for a period of 15 years for the purpose of contracting with the United States Indian Health Service and authorizing the Fort Defiance Indian Hospital Board Incorporated to negotiate and enter into Title I Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638, as amended, contracts in Title V Self-Governance Compacts pursuant to the Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 93-638, as amended, such designation of tribal organizations being revocable and contingent on continuing compliance with all terms and conditions as approved by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Winica, per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0165-21, in action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting the implementation of the tribal remedy framework to address educational transformation to meet the needs of Indigenous students attending the state of New Mexico public schools, supporting the reintroduction or similar versions of the New Mexico House bills titled the Native Language Education Unit Yazzie Lawsuit Response Funding, Native American Library, Internet and Education, and Yazzie Lawsuit Higher Education Funding, supporting any future New Mexico House bills relating to the tribal remedy framework in future state legislative sessions, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0166-21 in action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committees accepting the recommendation of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and granting the designation of tribal organization of the Navajo Land Nursing Home Incorporated for a period of 4 years for the purposes of contracting with the United States Indian Health Service and authorizing Navajo Land Nursing Home Incorporated to negotiate and enter into Title I Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 9368, as amended contracts and Title V Self-Governance Compacts pursuant to the Indian Self-Determination Act, PL 9368, as amended. Such designation of tribal organization being revocable and contingent on continuing compliance with all terms and conditions as approved by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, Standing Committee Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0160-21 in action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting United States Senate Bill S 1895 titled the Indian Health Service Sanitation Facilities Construction Enhancement Act. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. and Honorable Madam Chair Amber Kanazba Kradi. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0176-21, action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti Committees approving and supporting the Navajo Department of Health's written comments to U.S. Department of Health and Human Services for Regions 6, 8, 9, Tribal Constellation to address issues and concerns that affect delivery of healthcare and public health services on the Navajo Nation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rico, that colleagues on these 5 legislations is considered a consent agenda item. Is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Paul Begay.
Paul Begay is your second. Yellow hair. That colleagues go to board on legislation 0164-21, 0165-21, 0166-21, 0160-21, and 0176-21.
Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Keon Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Junior Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Junior Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanazba Kradi. Honorable Amber Kanazba Kradi via text votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable
Delegate
Vince
James votes
did
green.
not- Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Okay, thank you. 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Turnout voting, motion carries. Again, colleagues, all 5 of those legislations are for final authority here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Moving on down, close the meeting. Item number 8, and the announcements. Any announcements, colleagues?
Motion to adjourn. Delegate Rick Nez.
Second, Delegate Yellowhair.
Motion to adjourn by Chairman Rick Nez. Second by Honorable Winika. Colleagues, adjourning at 6:31 p.m. Now go to the board.
Honorable Almer Begay.
You want me to see this?
I'll vote green.
Announcement.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Delegate Kel Gay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is the show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Eben Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Knussbach Cardi. Honorable Amber Knussbach Cardi. Honorable Amber Knussbach Cardi via text votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
Chair,
Honorable Charlene.
can I ask, what are we voting on?
Honorable Charlene, so we are voting to adjourn at 6:31 p.m.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in favor.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
That, colleagues, 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We're officially adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone. Have a safe travels. Tomorrow we have BNF meetings, RDC has a meeting, the bridge dedication there in Lupton. Have a good evening. See you guys there.
Yeah, colleagues. Thank you. Have a good evening. Be safe. I'll go on that. Goodbye.
Oh, nakasya, sin na siya na anila up ko no.